says we're live.
Oh, we're live?
What part of should I click go live didn't you understand?
I don't know. I wasn't really listening.
Well, that's your problem. I still haven't really shared the link out, so this part will just show up on the video playback if anyone ever goes and watches that. So I guess people who are watching it back, hello.
Hi. I'm an idiot.
Doesn't listen to anything I say. Ever.
You don't listen to anything I say either.
I do. And you do.
What'd you say?
Huh? Okay, so I'm not. Alright, I'm so here. For the. If anyone's watching this back in the future, we're just getting some stuff set up right now. Last minute things, trying to check audio. It could be horrible right now for all I know, so sorry. And this part also might just get edited out of the final thing. I'm going to quickly pull up the stream on my phone here and just make sure that I'm hearing things. Last minute things, trying to check audio. It could be horrible right now.
I should probably say something so you hear me.
You're kind of talking quiet though.
Should I talk louder?
Maybe. You know, test it, see what. This part also might just get edited out of the final thing. I'm going to quickly pull up the stream on my phone here. Just make sure that I'm hearing things. Last minute things, trying to check audio. Could be horrible right now.
I should probably say something so you hear
Not bad.
me.
You're kind of talking quiet though.
Should I talk louder?
Maybe. Okay, so I think we are good. I'm going to start sharing the link and getting people in.
Which volume should I go at?
Whichever one you prefer, except the second one.
That would be the first one.
Yes, it would. Link to stream. To stream, we're live. Oops. Can't spell. Drop it. Drop it here. Quickly drop it in the Facebook group as well. Hello, people from Facebook. Or anyone who hasn't skipped over this part yet. I don't know why you'd watch this.
Because we're entertaining.
Are we really entertaining? My live stream is now live. It's now live. Come on in and join us for a discussion about ships and stuff.
Boats, you should say. Boats is a much funnier word.
I'm posting it like this.
I like the word boat.
Hello there. We're still just getting the word out about the streamer. Or the stream. The stream.
Why'd you post it to me?
What do you mean?
In Discord.
Because I was using that just to quickly grab the link. Don't worry.
Okay.
Hello. I see Mr. Andrews is here.
Mr. Andrews is here?
Yep. Mr. Andrews.
The one and only?
The one and only. Yeah, audio works this time. No issues right off the bat. That's nice. And there we go. The official announcement is out, so might see some more people find their way in here. Or not, we'll see.
Have a small, private audience.
Yeah. Or maybe the audience will just be people watching in the future. Who knows? It's 4 people watching now.
I could hear you talking.
5. Okay, nice. Some people are starting to show up. 6. Cool. Find somewhere to put my drink where it hopefully won't fall all over everything.
People are probably hearing you tapping all over that.
Yeah. Oh well. Guess you could just always put it down here.
The bad cat isn't here, so.
Yes, so I think everything should be set up nice here.
You should have like ambient music playing.
Okay, well next stream we can get some of that. Or here, you want ambient music?
It's so dismal. I like it, but it's dismal.
Complain some more, why don't you?
I'm hungry.
Then you should have eaten.
I told you I didn't want anything hot and I didn't want anything cold.
There we go, now we got some little background music. So yeah, stream officially was set to start at 1 p.m. Kind of just waiting to see if a few more people show up before we jump in. But I'm thinking we're going to start with Honor and Glory Demo 3. And then jump into Britannic and kind of look at the differences between the ships a bit. Sure that I've got the... Oh, hello, Sean.
Sean's here?
Sean's here.
Sean's here.
Who else? We got... Hopefully a few more coming. You have oatmeal. Congratulations.
Ooh.
We do have oatmeal. Is that something you want? I think you've gotten someone else here interested in oatmeal all of a sudden.
Oatmeal doesn't sound bad.
Let's start my weekly tea-infused cookies. Now I have better things to do. I don't know if this is a better thing to do. Hopefully it is.
Considering I sent the link to someone and said they were doing a boring stream.
How are the audio levels this time around? I'm hoping better than before. I know last one had some issues. That was a spur of the moment stream. Took a little more time in advance of this one setting stuff up. And I think I actually have the ability to now have other people here and Discord audio as well. So I was hoping that we might be able to get some of the other developers on with us. If not for this stream, definitely for the Adventure Out of Time stream. And that will be in 2 weeks.
Yes.
And then
next
weekend is also going to be the Goose Game stream played by her, the goose. Sharing his oatmeal with you.
Thank you, Sean. What kind is it? Hold on.
He
Maple
said he
syrup?
poured maple brown sugar oatmeal.
That's a good kind. I'll take it.
I like the maple and brown sugar oatmeal. I like cinnamon
Cinnamon's good too.
Those are the only two I really eat. I used to
Yeah.
eat apples and cream, but not so much anymore. Like when I was a kid, I really loved that one, but as I grew,
That sounds way too sweet and nasty.
yeah, as I grew up, I don't like that apples and cream too much anymore. Great start. We're talking about oatmeal. Wonderful historical discussion here.
Hey, there's gruel. Oatmeal's kind of like gruel.
Burnt gruel. I mean, we have oatmeal. Oh, you can eat oatmeal in the game. So I guess it's a good. Yeah, so I can do that. So I'm figuring out this whole streaming game. Then I can take a separate Chrome tab here. I've got this filled up. We got oatmeal in the game. I think it's in the library. Oatmeal. See?
Are you
Go get
making
some.
fun of my laughs, my cackles?
Those cackles. I think they are.
I'm sorry.
Oh, peaches. Peaches. It's some kind of peach oatmeal. I'd like the peach oatmeal as well.
I can't control my laughs. Actually, so there is a thing where you can, if you practice a certain laugh, you can change your original laugh to be something else. And when I was younger, I had a really bad laugh. So I tried to do that, but I couldn't settle on a single laugh. So I would practice various laughs to be like, oh hey, which one do I like better? And I actually ended up breaking my laugh. So now I don't have a single laugh, and they just come out randomly, and I never know what I'm gonna get. Sometimes it's really cute, and I'm like, oh, that was a cute laugh. And sometimes I'm like, wow, I wish that sound didn't come out of me.
Peach cobbler. Man, you really need to do your food chat streams. Okay, apparently, like, these would really be successful.
Just talk about food.
Next year, we're going to see maple and brown sugar. Ooh, I would like to actually add different kinds of oatmeal. That's a good idea.
Ooh, that would be yummy. We could be picky. No, I don't want.
I don't just want oatmeal with berries. I want maple and brown sugar oatmeal.
Yes, I did break my laugh box.
Okay, so it's after 1 now. That was the time I was going to officially get started.
Oh, no more.
Laughs are like a box of chocolates. You never know. Hey, Dean. So, okay. We should have Adventure Out of Time music in the background. How does that sound? Is it loud? Before I jump into a real game, I just want to make sure that we are not deafening the audience with super loud music. So if I see no complaints or comments, I'm gonna just assume that everything's fine. Otherwise, I can try a little bit of last-minute adjustment here before we jump on into this. And we are going to be doing Demo 3 first, I think I've mentioned, if there's any newcomers. Weren't around a few minutes ago. Taking it, that means we're good. Let's see here. Background music was here. Cut it off.
I liked that one though. It's like one of my favorites.
I really like that music too. Well, you'll get to hear it a little bit later on. There should be some Adventure Out of Time near the
I'm promised
tail
a
end.
really bad game though. I'm excited about that.
What?
The really bad one.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there could be a little bit of a certain special game that shows up a little bit later, if anyone's interested. I've got a total playtime of 24 minutes on it.
Hey, we've gone up 4 minutes.
Yeah, it was that bad. And I mean, it's part of the story of the Titanic too, because there's all of these crap Titanic games that keep being released.
Which one is the one with the Shipwright Sanctum? Do we have that one?
No, we don't.
Oh.
We can find that one at a later date. But yeah, so you have that to look forward to potentially as well. I'm thinking taken long enough now though, so let's just go ahead and jump into Demo 3. We got the audio. No, let's go ahead and turn on
Can I play? Don't you?
the music, and hopefully it's not too loud. So this came out in 2017.
It's been that long.
Everyone's probably played it. Yes, it's been that long.
Wow.
Everyone's probably played it a bunch, and there's probably very little I can add to it. But I mean, it's a good medium to facilitate the start of today's historical discussion that might also turn into a food discussion.
We're talking about Robin and...
Yeah, we can talk about our theories about this psychopath character.
I think he's a sociopath, not a psychopath.
Sociopath?
Sociopath, yeah.
Mr. Robin here, our perspective from these demos and from the Britannic game. I hope I can find the image of Californian from Carpathia's deck. I can look for those later on.
My darling Claire always said to me,
Now that I've got two screens, I can search right on the side.
She always did lovingly encourage me to show up for work early and give my best effort.
We turn into food with this group.
Yeah. Like, whoever would have thought that this group here was, like, obsessed with food.
I promise there will be a cheese stream.
Yeah, there is going to be a cheese. Oh, not yet. But we've got our special camera tools, so we can, you know, fly the camera around. That I'm going to turn on.
Aye or nay on her certification, and then I ride her back to Southampton. Come on, Robin, you can't mess this one up, as Claire always told me.
I think you are going to mess it up, sir.
I mean, he's already messing up because we're here on April 1st, and the sea trials were canceled today. But clearly we didn't get the memo, so he's here one day too early. So yeah, let me get the special camera tools turned on real fast. Super easy to do, and makes things a whole lot more fun. There we go. Whoops. Yeah, okay, there we go. We're good now. Just get my screen over here resituated. Right.
It didn't fix it.
Oh no. So I can see the chat. Do you think Claire is villain, Rose? I think that Claire is a bitch. Claire's clearly cheating on Robin.
I'm not the one who cursed first.
And now I've been given the opportunity to board the Titanic Advanced.
Oh, the ladders?
This gives me the
That's
time
good to know.
admire the beauty of the ship.
The ladders are...
To scrutinize every last aspect of her
I
function.
mean, they're plain looking, but I mean, you kind of wonder why they're just scattered here.
Why are there so many?
They would use them to, like, climb up the sides of the ship.
I
and
get
work
that,
on
but
things.
why so many?
There's
How
a
many
lot of
ladders do you
workmen.
need?
There's a lot of workmen doing a lot of things every
But,
given day.
Is it one
I
ladder
like the
per
sign
workman?
here, by the way. Danger, beware of trains. Looks like it's like written in blood.
Robin wrote it.
Yeah, he might have written it. Who knows? He's a little psychopath.
Socio.
Tell us
I
how
told
you really feel. Go to the stern. We'll get there. Here. We can do, so this camera tool lets me fly the camera wherever we want, so we can get some nice special views. So you want me to go to the stern? Fine, here, we're at the stern. Now,
Oh,
obviously, this isn't as this is a demo, so it's not as detailed as Camera 3, or, oh my god, I'm messing all that thing. It's not as detailed as the Britannic game. The camera flying around, there's a lot of detail up here, but a lot of stuff's clearly unfinished and not really looking that good up close.
Go to the island.
Why do you want me to go to the island? What's the point in that? We are still going to walk around like good people playing it the way we're supposed to. I always liked the view. Like, it feels so slow. I guess the Britannic game really has much faster movement speed too.
Except in VR.
Not in VR, yeah. In VR, you're walking like this fast.
I'm like, the ship is sinking. Why are we just kind of meandering around the ship?
I always liked the view over here, though. I don't know. Some people might not have realized you could come over here.
Go to the house? What house?
We'll get to there. The odd shack.
Oh, there's an odd shack?
Basically, that's where we got the images for.
Oh, it is? Oh, cool. I didn't know
But
that.
yeah, this is set on April 1st, which was the day the sea trials were scheduled for, but because of bad weather, they were delayed one extra day
Oh, yes.
to April 2nd.
This weather looks so bad.
I think it was just like rough seas or something. I don't know. Or storms later in the day. Or they've taken artistic liberty with the weather. I'm not that sure. City of Ladders, yeah, really. It's a nice demo to show how many ladders they can fit.
But I suppose there isn't reason for too much haste. No one else has even arrived yet, it seems. Plenty of time to explore, if I desire.
These little outhouses here.
Yeah, see, like,
Surprised by the
if I
amount of
desire.
confidence the industry is placing into this ship. She's not even certified yet, and her first ticketed voyage is just a week from now. No room for failure on these trials, I suppose. It's like getting dressed up for a date when you haven't even begun your courtship yet. How do you know if you'll be rejected or not? I learned that one the hard way.
Wait, he tried that?
Of course he did.
I told you, he's a narcissist. He is definitely showing sociopathic tendencies.
It's just so unrealistic. Oh, you couldn't even get past this part, son. So here's we go. Here's the creepy house. It's got a lot of paint and extra supplies in it. I'm not sure if
The
this
bottles
is
are
like,
glowing.
historically accurate. I mean, this is definitely historically accurate. They would be drinking all the time on the job back then, I think.
How many people, do you know how many people died building this?
How many people died building the ship? Dean, you might know. I know you're here. You might be able to answer that one. I know.
I love how you're always like, Dean, help me.
I know of two.
Surrounded and the morning fog. It reminds me of what I always imagined Puget Sound would be like. A man sure can make a living out in Seattle, if he can hold off the plague.
Yeah, Sean,
Yes, Sean,
it's the
that
odd
is.
shack.
That's the odd shack. That's what we used as that image source.
Claire jump scare.
Claire jumps. Yeah, I want a horror game set on the ship where like Claire's hunting you down, trying to finally put an end to you.
I'd like to phone a friend.
Like to phone a friend. See, I'm pretty sure I know of two.
8 people died, one of whom died during launching.
Yeah, I knew there was one during the launch, and then I knew of one other.
Of course Dean knows. Dean is the expert.
Yeah, a lot of people.
Which is
Cause-
code for nerd. I love you, Dean.
Working conditions back then were not
I see they're doing all they can.
as safe as they were
How do I find my
now.
way through this mess?
I don't like the maze.
Well, if you want a horror game that's Titanic-like, you should play 999.
If you want a horror game set on the Titanic, play Fall of the Titanic, which we'll do later.
That's not a horror game, it's just horrible.
You'll experience a real horror. So I know
Close to the aft gangway.
in real life the crane would have been on this side, but I think they moved it to the other side so that you'd have better views.
Are you trying to suggest that Robin is in a relationship with the Titanic?
Yes, I know. I we'll be seeing some more of Robin in the Britannic game in a little bit. Mr. Andrews, that'll be fun. So here we are near the stern. I remember being a little disappointed that you can't actually go onto the ship from back here, back when this first came out, but it's all good. Let's get this tiny little
You
sliver.
could simply move these signs out of the way. This vessel has triple screws. Yes, I feel the same way right now too, thank you.
I like the view from here.
What are
I
those
ship it.
pallets?
Spamel's reviews on the bad games are. I love Spamel's videos. on
Spamel's
the
is
bad
great.
games.
I know nothing about. Well, I do. I actually know a bit about boats. I grew up on a lake, but I know nothing about boats. But Spammels is really funny. I know how to drive a boat, sail a boat. That's like the extent of my knowledge.
I know how to drive a boat, she said.
I corrected myself. Sail.
Pronounced bottle opening sound. Yeah, this mic is pretty sensitive, so
Yeah, it's a really good mic.
I'm sure there will be some background sounds.
At least
Apologies in advance.
At least the cats aren't meowing.
All the mooring ropes, I think they're called.
What are those?
You can see them. These?
Yeah.
You tie the ropes around and it would just make sure the ship doesn't drift away.
No, the floaty things.
Oh, those? These would have coal that they would insert into the coal chutes that are somewhere along the side
I
of
was
the
like,
ship.
which are where?
I don't think they're really modeled here, but they would be somewhere, I think, near the bottoms? Actually,
Sean,
they
it
go kinda
is.
high up.
This one's strawberry flavored water.
Yes, we love flavored waters here. However, I'm drinking a Diet Coke.
Which is nasty.
Yeah, I do prefer Pepsi. Fight me. No.
Here we are, back on food
Back on
and
foods,
drink.
yeah. It does look like it's recently rained. The docks are very wet. Maybe that's like
They power washed it.
hinting at the bad weather. Oh my goodness, I can't find my way through here. Even still.
Didn't you like have? Yeah, you have to go like all the way back.
Yeah, you have to go like back and around, which I think, because everyone just wanted to run straight up to the ship, but you have to actually like go back
if I'm
here.
not mistaken, Shane.
Oh, the things the ships are tied to? I don't actually know what those are called. I'm very bad at ship terminology.
Let's ask Dean.
Yeah, let's ask Dean. Let's get him as a co-host. He probably knows.
Ooh, I have a soda stream, but I keep not wanting to pay the money to get the CO2.
I like all the views from the dock, though. Oh, gotta go around this way now. That's it, I'm remembering. It's like this is just background visual and audio to discuss our favorite foods.
It is.
And drinks. Not that
And
I'm-
pester
not
Dean
that I'm
about
on.
facts.
Yeah, not that I'm
It's like, I'm going to tell you facts about the Titanic. Dean, what do I do?
mooring ropes. I knew the ropes are mooring ropes. I don't know what these metal bits are called. They tie
A
them
lighthouse. It's tiny.
They would tie them to these things. I don't know what these are called. I know that these are mooring ropes. I mean, I'll have more to say once we actually get
An
onto
anchor
the
of some
ship.
sort.
I don't think those are necessarily anchors.
A pole you tie things to.
Yeah. Go tie the mooring rope to the metal pole you tie things to. I'm sure they've got a more proper name. Bollards, or I don't know how to pronounce that.
That's a tiny little... Why aren't you looking at the lighthouse? It's so cute. Look at it. Oh, it's my knee-sized.
The
Why aren't you going to the house?
Can't go out anymore.
Oh.
But I do remember hearing that the houses out that way are actually accurate. I think that was, what was it? Was it some kind of asylum or a hospital or something?
Ooh, an asylum?
And that one, I can't remember, but someone lived out there. Just on his own.
Someone lived out there.
Someone with like a tie to the town or the ship or something. Just lived out in that little house all on his own. I don't know why you'd want to live that far from the main town.
Actually, the mooring groups are called hawsers.
Ballard.
Hawsers. Ballard.
Called
Ballard
Hawsers.
sounds like bollocks. Yes, Sean?
You just can't beat that train carriage arrangement. It really stretched my cognitive abilities. People simply aren't stimulated enough these days. Claire tells me that every night.
What?
Since the aft gangway is blocked, I'll board here to use the first class.
Oh, you lived out there, Dean. That explains everything.
What?
I think Dean's saying he lived in that house, but he's escaped and, you know. And even if not, that's the narrative I'm running with.
You would definitely
Alright,
have
so
to
let's
mind
go
your head.
inside the ship now.
I probably
I know
could
more
walk
about
right
the
in.
interior.
Did I tell you about the little door when I went to Grand Turk?
No. Robert Bullard?
Or not Grand Turk, Dry Tortuga.
Class space.
It was Dry Tortuga. There's a fort there, and they have this tiny little door, and it was me-sized. Like, I could go under it, and I just had like an inch of clearance, and I was like, ah! Something that I'm almost hitting.
Right now, you're the most
It had a big sign of like, watch your head, and I was still not tall enough to hit it. It's the Titanic.
Getting the buttons mixed up. Okay. So, we're on board now. And we're in one of the boarding entrances. Very simple room. You got double doors, so I think there'd really only be one being used at a time. And this would be the first class entrance as well. Just a nice little space, not really much to show off here. Ceiling heights are still low. It's higher on D deck than on the other decks, though. Interestingly enough. I think D deck is the tallest of all the decks. And you got the other boarding entrance on the other side. I forget which ones were actually used during the voyage. I don't know why all the lights are off either. I don't think they would actually have been kept like this during the voyage. Though they might have. I mean,
Saves on
really,
electricity.
the passenger corridors are here, and you come out and just go straight toward the stairs. There's no reason to come this way during the voyage, so they might have been kept in darkness like this when not in use. I'm not sure.
There's no. Well, I guess there's no seating area there.
Yeah, there's nowhere to sit. This one's a little more proper. Titanic and a Frank Lloyd Wright house. Ceilings are low? I don't know, Frank Lloyd Wright. Wasn't D-Deck like 9 feet? Seems about right, just looking at things, yeah. If I just take a quick hop up to C-Deck, you can see for sure that the ceiling's lower than it is down here.
Why are you saying I wouldn't like a low ceiling?
It looks several feet higher.
Sean, you know I'm short. I would be fine with a low ceiling.
Facts, a good measure to test it might be looking at kinda, not really. I was trying to compare like the height of the corridor entrances, but it didn't really work. I don't know. I mean, everyone knows about the reception rooms.
Look at the art. Is it as good as the art on the Britannic game?
Anything to say? This one is not. This one is much lower quality if you get really close.
Eee, pixely.
This is back in 2017, and they've definitely improved their texture game a whole lot since back then. And a lot of things. Their lighting's a lot better. Mr. Andrews here with a lot of knowledge. Glad that you're here.
Of course, Mr. Andrews.
10
would know.
feet and 6 inches. Reception room fitted out in the Jacobean style. Just like the dining saloon that I know a lot of people
I especially
don't like.
for modifying the bulkhead. I never cared much for what was on the room.
Ancient of, it is. I feel like 2017 was so long ago. This year has been so long.
This has been a long year.
Oh, but Sean, on Shane's height, there's a light in our house that Shane always keeps hitting when he walks by it with his head.
Oh, that stupid light. Yeah, I gotta duck under it. And I love the stained glass windows here. And I know that they have seen these windows on the wreck, and this is the pattern that they saw on the windows in the wreck.
It's beautiful.
I forget if they... I know they were shining lights through windows into the ship, and I forget if they shined them through these.
It looks like it's got portholes on the other side.
Yes, they do. You can kind of see those through them. I would... Oh, yeah, over here. You can see one of them's open.
Oh.
So on the other side of them, it's like this. And they're also backlit so that they can have lighting at night.
Hmm.
So that they're always bright, not just during the
Fancy.
daytime.
Were they real plants?
Were the plants real?
Did they even have fake plants back then?
I'm pretty sure the plants were real, but not everywhere. I know of one room in particular that they are not real in. We'll get there in a bit. Leaded glass, the open revealing portholes, yep. Mr. Andrews dropping a bunch of knowledge. So I know most people seem to really like the reception room, and I think it was very popular with the passengers as well. The dining saloon, not so much. People tend to think it looks a bit clinical and kind of cold, not very inviting. I kind of agree. I mean, if you're toward the middle of the room, it's got some good vantage points. Like, I like the view looking across. It looks pretty.
I mean, I think half of it is just that the lights are off and people don't like that right now.
Maybe.
I like it.
I like this. I like these little corners, these segmented sections away from the center of the room.
Is this the room where there's the chairs facing away from each other? Is that real?
That's the restaurant.
Oh.
And I think that was a real arrangement, but it might be in question, last I heard.
Oh, those like things are like people, creepy people.
Yes, and they're not detailed here, but I think each of the carvings was actually unique in real
different
life.
person? That's
yeah,
creepy.
I think they were. What are they? They were like some kind of like ancient Greek gods or something like that. I forget which. I like the ceiling in here too. Like if I really like the corners of the room, like these little sections here. I really like. I don't like toward the center as much. That's my personal opinion of this room. What are other people saying? The plants were real. They were stored on the starboard side. The officers' promenade. Oh, on the 9th they were. So yeah, they would have arranged them, I think, like sailing day. And they also had, I don't have up, do I? The deck plans. Somewhere on the Orlop deck, I believe.
Is that how you say it?
Probably not. That's how I say it, but I am very bad at pronouncing things. Might have been G deck. Somewhere back here, they have, oh, right here, fruits and flowers. So they'd have extra flowers kind of frozen that they could take out and display.
I like how big the vegetable thing is.
Vegetables. I always like while we're here.
It's the cheese room!
The cheese room. I like eastbound beef and westbound beef.
What is that?
I like how that's split. I still don't really know why. Second class is way better. Yeah, I prefer the second class
Why?
saloon.
Why don't you just pick up more meat on?
I don't know. Eastbound beef, westbound beef. Maybe someone knows why those rooms are split up, but I do not, and I've wanted to know.
Well, I mean, because one is for when you're traveling east and one is for when you're traveling west, I'm assuming.
I mean, yeah, that's obvious, I think.
But why not just pick up more meat?
Yeah, why not just have one meat store and
Meat locker.
higher quality? I would like higher quality plans. I would like that a lot. And then you got the nice painting, and you have a reference to
Because American beef is inferior.
a reference to Adventure Out of Time.
Maybe
here.
nowadays, but was it back then?
You got a little cufflink here in the chair. That's a reference to Adventure Out of Time that we'll hopefully get around to.
I would
in
never have
2 weeks.
noticed that. How did you notice it? Did you even notice it, or did you have it pointed out to you?
I've had 3 years to have things pointed out to me. So let's go up first.
Wait, is there really a room for potatoes?
There is a room for potatoes.
Just potatoes?
There is a potato room. It's on E deck, and it's called Potato.
It's my room. I don't actually like potatoes.
Prime American beef is inferior. Yeah. Yeah.
I really want to try the, how do you say it, Kobe beef?
The lifts are
Kobe
not for
beef?
them.
The Japanese one that's supposed to be
Real men
super...
don't take lifts. Lifts are for women, Claire says. Robin, take the long way up.
I'm sorry, my laugh is making you jump. And I apologize in advance for the potato laugh.
I don't know. I can't really say why, but C deck's my favorite grand staircase landing. It just always has been. I think it's very spacious. It's got the nice inquiry office.
Soon this area will be bustling with passengers anxiously sending.
I like the little corridors
complaining
off the
about
side
these
that have some
trivial
cabins in them.
I consider it a blessing.
We could
that I
actually
will not be around
use our
to
camera
witness
to
that.
peek into these corridors a little bit more. We've got these. So I think that these stored like extra linen and stuff for the cabins. I think they were mostly used by stewards, but it's possible that passengers could have taken whatever they need, like towels or something out of there. I'm not really sure though. I've tried to figure out what exactly was stored in those and had not much luck. But I just really like these little corridors that
Cowls
are right
seem
off
like
the stairs.
too big and bulky for that.
Yeah,
Probably maybe
someone will probably.
I could see almost extra linen or things.
Is the pattern on the blue chairs the same as reception? No. The reception room chairs are a little more like fruity looking.
Fruity. They're cherries.
Hence, they are more fruity looking than these blue chairs. They're just a nice little pattern. Stream chat's so laggy.
Well, it's,
Oh,
you know,
you'll catch everything eventually.
we're 30 seconds behind.
Yeah, we're 30-second delayed as is, and if there's even more of a delay, no worries. I like how they need to have these signs telling people no smoking in the corridors.
Wow, they were forward thinking.
Yes, they were. I don't even think you were allowed to smoke in your cabins either, or maybe you were, I don't know.
Arts and crafts, is that a style or is that just a...
Sent me the plans. Thank you, I will have a look at those as soon as this is over. Oh yeah, another little thing. You got the purser. Purser from Adventure Out of Time here.
That scared me!
There you all go, you got the jump scare reaction of Mr. Purser. So we can peek into here as well to see the inquiry office a little better. This is why I like having this flying camera. Even though, again, stuff's not really finished. This side of this thing is just not even modeled, but it's because they didn't need it to be modeled. It wasn't going to be visible to players.
Dean hasn't seen that before.
This little phone here. You've never seen that, really? I'm glad I could show that to some people.
It startled me. My heart's still racing.
I'm glad that I could scare people anew with the purser.
I don't know if you scared anybody else but me.
Well, that's possible.
I might have scared them by screaming.
So you can peek into some first-class cabins here. None of the real good rooms, unfortunately. But just the basic
What do those
cabins.
plaques say? Anything?
So it's informing you that you can deposit your money, jewelry, etc. with the purser if you want
The
to keep
damn
it safe.
purser.
And the company will not be liable for any theft that occurs of things not deposited. And then it would be the name of your steward and stewardess that you knew.
Well, the last time I was on a cruise, are they still called stewards? I don't know.
Just call him steward.
Yeah. My steward was named Joy, and he was amazing. I loved him so much.
So we can turn on the info tabs here as well and see who was in certain rooms.
Does that say Appletown? Appleton.
Appleton.
God, Animal Crossing on the brain.
Never noticed.
There's so many. Why are there so many different styles? Like, because nowadays on ships, like, they're all the exact same.
So, I think it was seen, Jack there. I think it was seen as being more, just exquisite to offer all these different styles to people, you everyone was trying to outdo one another back then. Arthur Puchin. He's a fun one. He climbed down a rope into Molly Brown's lifeboat because they didn't have enough seamen, and he was, as it says here, a Commodore of the Royal Canadian Yacht Club, so he said that he could help man the boat.
Rachel's here, because I invited her.
Hello.
I invited Rachel. I get the credit.
Yeah, okay. Congratulations for inviting Rachel. He boarded Margaret Brown's lifeboat because she shouted up as it was being launched they didn't have enough sailors in the boat. And he, being the Commodore of the Royal Canadian Yacht Club, was able to climb down the rope and help man the boat.
Is he the one in the movie who's like, I'm a sailor?
Yep. And more of the Thayers. They occupied both of these rooms. Olympic class liners had 13 different period suites. Only 13 different styles? Titanic had more, I think, right?
I mean, we have different styles in our house. We have the antique room. We have the nerd cave.
I don't think those are necessarily different styles.
We definitely should...
These cabins.
I'm gonna have to clean it up a little and organize it a bit better, but I should take pictures of the antique room. I think that these history-loving people would like it.
I mean, I think that wall's not finished, but I think I could have been pretty cozy in a cabin like this. It's pretty spacious.
Inside, though. I need a window.
I mean, yeah, it's the one thing against these cabins is you don't get a window. You do get a little, like, waste bin, though.
Oh, a garbage can. Woohoo!
Here's it.
Those gold things on the ceiling are pretty.
Oh yeah, I love the ceiling pattern in the corridor. Got a little linen closet. How exciting.
Hey, a well-organized linen closet is pretty exciting to an adult.
Paneling on the wall.
Oh, no,
Titanic had 13 period styles.
I'm a sailor.
Oh god, this person's got a long one. That's ironic. I actually never heard of this person. They'd be a fun one to have someone play, a historical character of. Yeah, here you go, C-73. Our cabin.
Who actually was in
It-
there?
I don't think anyone. But I do know that C-73 should have actually been paneled with white panels. It wasn't a dark cabin like it was in the game.
That last name is a mouthful. Yes, it was. I think that's why Shane didn't try it.
Yep, I don't try and say things that I know I'm gonna fail at saying. So, the aft staircase. And I mean, it doesn't get as much fanfare, but I still love the view here.
So, if,
I would love to just sit in this chair and just read
there's a picture there.
a book or something, and you can look up. Yeah, there's postcards of Seattle or pictures of the developers all over.
So so the fact that you can't see Robin when you're doing this, does that make him a ghost as well? Or some sort of, like, flying monster?
I mean, maybe Robin is a ghost, yeah.
What glad old Harry's there to look after Claire while I'm fond of each other, and when my son
Look after Claire.
was particularly fond of him, never missing a birthday. See, this is the kind of friend a man really needs.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Presence seems to even alleviate her hysterical condition.
Yeah. She cheating.
Yeah, Robin's got some relationship problems. There'd be notices of what time, or at midnight you'd need to set your clocks back this many minutes. Because that, as the ship travels, time of day would change, obviously. And here's the barber shop. Nice little room. Would have also sold gifts. Had like little gifts in this thing here that could have been sold to passengers. So I think ladies were permitted to enter to make purchases, but otherwise it was exclusively for men, I believe. But I might be wrong about that.
Ask Dean.
Ask Dean. Like, ask Mr. Andrews. I really like this cabin, C-142, because it's just so tiny.
Oh, I would like that. Except there's no window.
It's just like, but they still fit a lot in here, even though it's so small. You got, wardrobe, heater, your little personal sink, your bed. I don't know what these things are called, and they probably
desk.
should. You got your desk with a mirror.
Oh, then it would be a vanity.
Vanity. That's probably correct. And your own little chair. It's nice and cozy, very small
A fan.
space. Oh yeah, you got most of the cabins in first class, I think, had fans as well.
It's air conditioned.
And then you just come out the door and you're right here on the stairs. So I know behind these doors was extra storage for the restaurant linen and something else. No, I think it was just linen mostly. Called a dressing table. There we go. Oh yeah, and the maids and valets would eat right back here.
Go in.
I can't. But I can show it off here. It's a nice little room. Not much to it. Just a place for them to eat. Decently nice, I guess.
Now, is this Titanic's or like people who just brought their maids and valets?
That would be for the passengers, maids and valets.
That's nice.
Crew.
They get their own little.
There's another photo in the ladders that leads up to the funnel in boiler room 6. Oh, I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, we'll show that off. So here's restaurant reception. And I always liked this room. It's nice and pretty. You got the stairs, the dome.
Detailing here. It's absolutely perplexing. Now that's a craft I can really respect.
There's the clock.
Did she just say this is a clock?
When younger, I used to cut wood for the poor folks 2 streets over.
Oh,
My
for the poor
neighbors
folks.
started calling me Robin Wood. They always laughed at it, but I don't know why. I wore that title proudly.
Yeah, there's something wrong with Robin.
Yes, this is a very simple room, but I mean it works. It's not trying to be over the top. It's a nice style. It's got these tables off on the side. Just come here, enjoy a sit with your friends, have a drink or two, and then go and have your dinner in the restaurant.
Like the Australian grandma that my mom and I adopted on our last
Yeah,
cruise.
exactly.
We would
Like
go.
the Australian grandma.
She was like 70.
And the band would play in here as well.
And we would sit with her in the cafe area and just have tea. Like every day we did. She was hilarious. I loved her.
So I know that this room, Cafe Parisien, however you say it, my favorite first class room personally. But I do know, because we were mentioning it earlier, that the vines in here.
Are fake?
Yep.
Probably because they would be a pain to maintain.
Yeah, these are all fake. And I think that there's a photo of this room that's actually, well, I mean, of course it's from Titanic. This was new to Titanic. It wasn't on Olympic. But there's a photo of this room taken without the vines, I believe. So they probably were put up very late. Probably like the day of sailing.
God, Thomas Andrews just rattling off those facts.
Yes, he is. I'm thankful. He knows more than I do about those specific things. I just really like this room. I think this was an like air vent, but they kind of masked it up to make it look like just part of the room.
It's not right in the middle, which bothers me.
Yes, it is not centered. And so this room was managed by the people who worked at the restaurant. I think in reality, I know in our game you can eat dinner in here, but in reality I think this was more for refreshments and snacks versus like actual meals. But I mean, it's possible the restaurant is just right there. You could have probably said you wanted to eat your dinner out here, and I don't think they would have refused that request. Got a little menu here. English breakfast or American breakfast.
Oh, I thought that said French fruit. I was like, that's not very American.
PDF files, pictures taken aboard.
Ew, black pudding.
Oh man, you got.
Do you know what black pudding is?
Disgusting. You give me a lot to look at, Mr. Andrews. Oh,
I've tried
thank
black
you for
pudding.
all of that.
Not
Honestly,
a fan.
I like this little corridor. I don't know. I like just the windows, honestly, is what it is. I like how when you're walking to the restaurant, you've got that view over there on the left.
It'd be kind of weird, though, if you're sitting in there having a good time and people are just staring in at you.
I don't know. They add a little more depth to the room from the inside, too. They're not, like, so intrusive, you know. Maybe if you're sitting, like, right here, and you just turn around and see someone right there. But,
Staring?
yeah. But, I mean, they probably wouldn't stare. I don't think that was definitely considered improper behavior. What's an American breakfast? An American breakfast is pretty much exactly what you said. Yeah, just bacon and butter. Yeah, that's American breakfast.
Earlier today, I was like, maybe I'll just eat some butter.
Yeah, Kelly literally said, maybe I'll just have some butter for lunch.
I didn't know what else to eat.
Hey, Haley.
Haley's here.
I definitely prefer this room to the dining saloon. I like how it's got these little segments, so even though it's a large room, you know, it feels like a smaller space over here, so it's a little more private and secluded. I mean, if you're here, obviously you've got the full length of everything, but it's got a lot of those little side sections here.
A nook.
So you've got a bit of privacy. It's got a couple of these single tables
Where's the fighting couple table?
right here
That's for us.
for when the couples are, you know, having a little bit of a hard time and they don't really want to sit together. You know, they provide these tables so that you can kind of passively aggressively eat your meals right next to one another. That's definitely the historical fact behind those tables too.
It's another clock.
It's another clock, yep.
How many clocks were on the Titanic?
You know, I used to know that offhand actually because the clocks on the ship are very interesting. But I don't know offhand anymore. I do know that the clocks were all controlled from a master clock on the bridge though, so they would just have to change the time. Or maybe it was the chart room, but it was somewhere up there. They would just change the time on the one master clock, and then all the other clocks would have their times changed
That's
as well.
cool.
Yes, it was a pretty cool system. A bit unfair how second and third class only had one area to eat, while first has like 500. Yeah. Isn't it?
Nowadays,
Still
there's
say
just 500 for everybody.
There should have been a second class cafe.
Ooh, that medallion around the light is beautiful.
The what?
On the ceiling.
Oh, that?
It's not very detailed actually when you get up close. But
No.
far away it was beautiful.
It'll be more detailed in the final game, I'm sure.
If it ever comes out.
I just like everything about this room. 48 clocks. That's higher than I was gonna guess about 30, but I guess yeah. If you count every staircase landing, I could definitely see 48. And then we just got one more landing here.
I need a snack.
Then go get it. I told you to eat before we did this, and you didn't.
Didn't want anything.
Okay, we're just on A deck. There's not a lot to A deck. I mean, you do have the nice aft staircase landing here. And a new addition to Titanic as well. You've got these cabins, A36 and 37. Probably my favorite first class, just normal cabins. And I know they're not represented here, but there would have been curtains on this window, of course. But it's frosted glass looking out under the promenade, so you can't really clearly see everything out of it. It's not like people could just stare in at you, or you could really look out through the window at them. But it does offer some nice light and just gives the room. I don't know. I just really like it. Craving grilled cheese right now. Are you now craving grilled cheese?
We don't have any more of my cheese to make grilled cheese.
Well, that's a tragedy.
I'm making mashed potatoes.
Mashed potatoes.
Instant mashed potatoes, so it's even better.
Order. See, we're back to food again.
What was that on the table? What's that?
That's
that a
a camera
I have that. Wait, is that the kind of camera I have?
because this cabin was occupied by Francis Brown, who took
no, it's close to it.
he took a lot of pictures of the ship, and
Let's see.
they're the only pictures to make it off the ship, I think.
This one.
We'll take a picture of that and show later, but that does look pretty close to it. I used to know, again, the exact model of camera that was. But funny enough, I don't know if I'll be able to find it, but this camera is positioned looking in such a way that Francis Brown did actually take a picture of this cabin. Let me see if I can find it. Or maybe didn't Mr. Didn't you say, Mr. Andrews, you sent me a list of Titanic pictures?
Where did my potatoes go?
Oh, right there, right there. That's it. Oh, no, where'd it go? There it is. So this picture is from this cabin facing that way. So he just set the camera down on this little table, pretty much just like that, and just snapped a picture. And that's one of the only pictures of an actual Titanic cabin, because they did not take any pictures of the cabins on the Titanic like that. They were going to at a future date, but since it was so similar to Olympic, they only took pictures of the new rooms. That god-awful carpet. I actually like the carpet.
Ew! Who says god awful? I agree with them.
It was Sean who called it god-awful.
You're
I
correct.
like it. I don't like the colors so much, but I think that the colors have changed since they made this, and I think I've...
You might have put too much water in my potatoes. They're kind of runny.
Oh, the ongoing chronicle. Yeah, so Francis Brown disembarked in Queenstown, and that's how all of his pictures left the ship. Otherwise, we wouldn't have them.
We got to see some, remember?
We did. We saw...
In the book thingy.
Was it his actual album?
Echo Shush.
Cats. Cats trying to interrupt the stream. We did see them, though. The smoking room.
After a long day at sea,
It's because I started cooking and they're like, oh, are you making food for
there were
me?
men to socialize with. Perhaps then I'd make some friends.
Haley kind of likes the carpet. At least I'm not alone. I'm gonna definitely check that PDF out later.
I see Tommy Andrews is already on board. Why does this surprise me?
Tommy
The
Andrews.
drawings are scattered about like toys in a nursery. Well,
What's
I
in the
shouldn't
trunk?
intrude here any
Books?
longer.
Oh, tools. Those are definitely not books. Hot! The potatoes are hot.
He's a shipbuilder first and foremost. So anything that still needs done. I know on the shipyards he would just pitch in and help out wherever he could, even though he was...
Apparently the developers said they're going to replace the carpet.
They said they're gonna replace the carpet. So yeah, see, I thought that the carpet was inaccurate, but I still like it, even if it's gonna change. Someone liked it.
Is there a mother of pearl door in the smoke room?
Mother of pearl door. I don't know what a mother of pearl door looks like.
Shiny.
It's
And white.
shiny and white. There's no white door in there. It'll be easier to look at the smoke room again through here, because through other medium there have been some more images of the actual smoke room. So let's see if we've got any of a door. Not seeing a good look at the door.
Andrew was a serial killer and used the cover of shipbuilder to transport his murder tools around.
Little known fact. So here's like the only door I can see.
Thomas Andrews chiming in with, "That's not true."
That's not true. I don't know if that's a mother of pearl door, but there is a door right there that leads to a bathroom, Sean. So then the only other door would be the one that would head out. But it's clearly not detailed. It's not finished. That room is not all there.
I like the carpet. I notice you.
There's a little panel beneath the glass window panes. Over there.
On this door, perhaps?
On this door. That little panel?
That looks wooden. Mother of pearl. Mother of pearl comes from inside of shells.
Little stained glass here. I like. We're gonna move on.
I could tell you about the biology of it.
Back on C deck. It's just another corridor. I'm not gonna waste too much time here, but I know here we do have the doctor's cabin. He'd have consulting hours, so people could just drop by with any concerns they had. And this door would lead to the ship's hospital, just labeled surgery, but that actually led toward a little staircase that would head down toward the hospital or toward the surgery room. And fun fact, the hospital was actually used primarily for third-class passengers. First-class passengers that got sick would really just kind of stay in their rooms, and the doctor would go visit them in their cabins. So everyone using the hospital in-game for first-class passengers is kind of wrong. But, you know, that's okay. It's there to be used, and it's more fun that way.
I feel like Sean was saying yes to my mother of pearl biology, but Shane kind of ixnayed that, so.
You can host a biology stream to talk about mother of pearl biology.
That would be like 10 seconds. I have a 10-second stream on how mother of pearl?
Talk about it when we're swapping games.
Okay. You're gonna make me forget, though.
I could have just...
Who is that random dude?
It's just a painting. I know they're replacing a lot of the paintings, so they're not all accurate, but there's a guy. It's probably like one of them. I mean, chic like that. So here's the B deck entrances. Look a bit different than the entrances on the lower decks. A lot less fancy, I've noticed, and I think in Southampton they would have boarded through one of these doors.
Why the different heights? Like,
just for different docks.
oh.
Some docks would board from lower, or some ships like Cherbourg and Queenstown, they came in down on D deck. I think in Southampton you actually would have boarded based on where your cabin was. You would either board higher if you had a cabin on B deck or A deck, I think. And if you were on C deck or D deck, you would board lower. Or maybe D deck or E deck. I don't really know for sure, but
My mashed potatoes are still the temperature of the sun.
Titanic was insanely beautiful. I agree. I really like the look of this ship. Something about it. The B deck landing is also nice, but I still prefer the C deck landing, and I couldn't really tell you why.
It almost looked like a Bob Ross.
I shouldn't venture too far on deck. The Board of Trade members may board soon, and I'm expecting to meet them.
Can't go any higher, but we do get a glimpse of A deck.
I bet you could get higher.
I bet I could get higher too, but there's not really anything worth showing up there. And I guess just for the sake of the audience.
Bye, Sean.
For the sake of the audience, I'll show you the staircase without the clock and the boat deck level that's just horrible.
Are you not gonna say bye to Sean?
I did, didn't I? Bye, Sean. Thought I said bye. If I didn't, oops. That looks weird. Because they were smart and didn't put stuff in that there was no way the player could see. That would have just wasted resources. We'll get to look at that a little better in Britannic. It'll be a bit different and a little more green. Also can't go through these doors. So something interesting I've learned is that these stairs, I'm on C deck, whoops. The stairs Over here were off limits to passengers. These were crew-only stairs, so the only way to actually get out onto this forward B-deck promenade for passengers was through the doors at the end of this corridor. So it probably wasn't a very popular one for that reason. Now we can see into the elevators as well. Get a slightly better look into the elevators too with my tool. The mirrors don't look great, but I think this is
Opening my water bottle. Oh, it's already open. I'm not gonna have the noise.
I think this is the Empire style that's seen in some cabins, which is kind of interesting that it's used here in the elevators, and they've got some strange variant of the Turkish bath floor tiles as well. Painting is Robin's selfie. I could see that being him.
He is very smug looking. But does he look like a guy who's oblivious to his wife cheating on him?
I don't know about that. So down to E-deck. Much more plain looking staircase. And over here are the flex cabins. These could have been used either first or second class. And if they were being used for second class, there was actually a gate that they could stretch out to block off the staircase and the elevator landings, so that the second class passengers wouldn't be able to enter first class. But it probably was a little strange because they would be able to see some of it as they're walking by here. I guess they were probably used to that kind of treatment on ships. And then I think, whoops, black and white mode. I think that it's like a contested, Dorothy Gibson. She was the actress who starred in a movie a few weeks after the sinking, about the sinking. And Margaret Brown, I think it's contested that she was here, but commonly believed that she was somewhere on E-deck because she reported seeing men working when she exited her cabin to lower the watertight door, which would have been done using this thing. There's a tool in there that they would use and manually crank the door.
How do you not know where somebody was?
They don't know where most of the people were. It's not like there's a giant passenger list. They found one on a steward, which is how they know most of them. Mr. Cave. The elevator lobby will change a lot on E-decks. Yes, I guess this is kind of an inaccurate representation of it. Again, there's no photographs that I know of any E-deck lobby, so I'm sure that there's a lot of resources from other ships they've discovered. Going to Scotland Road soon. First we go down to F-deck. So the swimming pool would have been through here. I'm not sure why it's listed as crew only. I think the passengers would have actually boarded it, or entered it, through here.
Who on earth is that lucky dog testing out the electric bath? And I believe I see a sliver of the plunge bath as well.
So the electric bath's in there. I think it was either like a steam bath or basically a tanning bed. I'm not sure which model Titanic had, but that's kind of what it was used for, from what I've read. You can see a little bit of the pool. I know the pool is kind of considered part of the Turkish bath complex. I think like the full suite was like you would go for a swim, then you would come and cool down in the cooling room, and then or something like that. I forget the sequence, but there was a sequence of using that, the cooling room, and then the temperate and hot rooms down there. Or you could just come and enjoy the baths themselves.
What a poor state these workers left it in.
Yeah, so Robin just kind of answered it. So you would go for a swim, and then you would emerge from the swimming bath and relax in this room afterwards. That's
Sounds miserable. Getting out of water and going somewhere cold.
I don't know if it was cold in here. It's called the cooling room, but I don't think it was kept at a really cold temperature. I think that's like a fan vent that's cleverly disguised. There is a fan room right there. So it might have actually been kept a little cold then, if there's a fan room that would have blown cold air into here. I mean, that doesn't sound like my ideal, you know, going from warm bath into cold room. I don't know about that. That's probably what the temperate room was done for. So that you could go and warm up afterwards. F-deck grand stairs. Plainest of them all. And some crew rooms. I don't know to say. Yes, I would like to see those, Mr. Andrews. That would be cool. I will probably refrain from showing those on stream, though, as I'm not sure what's meant to be public and what's not.
You can near well see half the length of the ship in this hole.
So Scotland Road. The demo always crashes on you. So I'm glad to show it off, because I know some people have trouble getting it to run. Big crew corridor that ran the entire length of the ship, more or less. A lot of crew cabins were off on the sides of it. And they're very simple rooms. There's not a lot to them. Beds don't look half bad. I know I've seen some comments on videos of the demo saying that like people who work on military ships nowadays say that these look like better sleeping accommodations than they ever get. So the crew was treated pretty well on these ships.
I mean, I think they still are, because, like, I know people who work on cruise ships are like, this job is amazing.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
You know.
A lot of people who work on ships really love it.
The space looks like a fine spot for gathering and mingling between all parts of Europe as they make their journey across the pond to the New World. Perhaps a place on the west coast, like Seattle.
So here's a bit of forward Scotland Road. We can't go any further, but there's a fan right there, a fan vent. And I kind of figured this out the other day, but this vent, you can kind of hear it if I get close. There's like the sound of rackets.
Is that squash?
Yeah, so it's not here obviously, but that would have gone down to the ceiling of the squash court, and it would have been used as ventilation for the squash court. And those fan vents just pumped in air that came from, again, come here, since I can't go there myself, the third class open space. So the third class open space has these big fans here. Those two actually are the ones, these big fan machines that would take in air and then pump them down into these vents. And it would run straight into here, and that would then pump air down toward the squash court. And I think it would come out of these grates, obviously, to help keep some air circulating down here. I think you can kind of see where it would go up right there. There's a bunch of fans and vents on the ship to try and keep it well circulated, but everyone still complained that it was way too cold or way too hot in certain areas. She has an insane computer. It's pretty good.
Oh dear, the door is open. Perhaps I'm not supposed to look in here, but I can't pass up this opportunity for a little adventure. Oh, if Claire were here now to see me being so daring.
So
She might not cheat on you?
I'm gonna climb up, and I know someone mentioned earlier, there's a picture of Spammels right there.
Oh.
Right next to a nice whiskey as well.
Why is Spammels there?
I think he helped them test the demo. He's pretty close with them. He helped them test Britannic as well. Might not explore the boiler room a lot because there's more to see here in Britannic, and we're going to be coming back here soon, so we're going to ignore that for now and come back to that later. Not in this room. In this very room did it happen, Rachel? We have right here a lavatory. Don't really see a need to spend too much time there. And fire hoses, because fires on ships were very bad. And obviously you'd want something to help combat that in the event that a fire did happen. Also, I guess I should mention that all of the boiler rooms were accessible through Scotland Road. These doors like this all lead down to the boilers.
Where's boiler room 6?
That's the one we were just in back there.
Oh. I wasn't looking.
But we're going to see more of that in Britannic. Here's the third class saloon, and I don't care what anyone says, I actually really like this room. I know people always complain about how plain and boring it is, but
A stark contrast from the first-class accommodations, I should say, but still a major improvement from the other liners I've inspected. In all honesty, I envy these people in the lower class. The world is open to them, that they move to America and build their future how they choose. They could be loggers, for example. But father wanted me to be a surveyor like he and his father. No logging for you, Robin. Now wash your ears.
Someone went just a little crazy there.
is there any detail on these menus? Oh, yeah, you can. So I know one of the things that third class had that a lot of other ships didn't really have was that in steerage, you typically on other ships would just be given a meal and you'd have to eat whatever you were given. But here,
You had choices.
you actually had a menu and you could choose what you wanted to
That'd
eat.
be like, what luxury?
Yeah. So that was seen as a big luxury for third class passengers, and like say what you want about the plain look of this room, but it's pretty good.
For the time, that's pretty fancy.
Yeah. I know I've seen some people share pictures of how like, oh, on this ship they'll look at this kind of third class dining room, but I mean, there's always ships that were
They had
better.
tablecloths.
Yeah, there's always ships that were better than Titanic in some ways, and there's always going to be examples of that. But yeah, they had nice chairs, they have tablecloths, they were given a choice of a meal, they had stewards and stewardesses who would actually tend to their needs.
Jeez, I know what I'd choose.
Jeez. That class still ate better than a lot of people today. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like look at that menu. There's stuff on there I would be happy.
What was there? I wasn't looking.
Happy eating.
Roast beef? Yeah, I'm down for that.
Roast beef, boiled potatoes, like that's all I need. Plum pudding for dessert, cheese, fresh bread and butter.
They'd be like, what would you like? I'd be like, cheese, 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 and butter.
One thing that you can see that it looks a little weird. They got breakfast, dinner, tea, and supper.
Dinner was lunch.
Yeah, dinner was lunch. Supper. Now, just given what the menu here says, but I think that supper was held later at night. It's
Yeah,
like
so- And also, originally, like nowadays, we
Cheddar
see the
sandwiches.
our dinner is like the big meal of the day. Like, oh, you eat your biggest meal at the end of the day, blah blah. But technically, you should have your biggest meal in the middle because you have half the day still to spend that energy and all blah blah blah. So really, it used to be that lunch was the big feasting
Yeah.
meal.
Yep. And that was especially true of the working class. So these people would be used to this kind of menu. Now, I know also another thing here is at the very bottom, you can see that they have like the boldness to say that if you have any complaint about the food or any complaint about your steward, you can report it to the purser or chief steward. So they were very serious about taking care of these people, and if anyone had any complaints, they could make that complaint and they would actually be listened to, which is again something other ships just wouldn't offer them. They were kind of just treated more like cattle on other ships. And I think these could be like roped off such that they could kind of control the flow of people, so they might be waiting in line or something. But I don't know a whole lot about that. And I think we're about at the end of Demo 3 now. There's not much else left to see. Gotta go, Haley. It's been fun seeing you.
Oh, Haley's gotta go.
Glad you could show up, if only for a bit.
I love you, Haley.
Here's where some of the musicians
Send me double Gloucester.
would stay. So we're probably going to go ahead and end Demo 3 right here. And pull up, I'm thinking Britannic next.
Oh, goody. Can we turn off the motion blur?
It's already off.
Yay.
You get sick too easy. You need to get some medication for motion sickness.
If I take it, though, I'll be asleep.
So we're going to start off in the interior spaces.
Should I go take it?
No.
Why? Because then I'll be asleep?
Yeah. We can't have you fall asleep. I'm probably going to focus on the interior spaces a little less. I did a stream of this last week. Just give my initial impressions. And since then I've tried to learn some more about the Britannic.
I
in my own
did get
time.
to see, those of you who were here,
I
I
forgot
got to
to turn
see
Robin
the,
on.
what are those things called? The thing about across the lifeboats go away.
Oh yeah. I forgot to turn Robin on. That's fine, I guess.
That's
No, it's
no
not.
big loss.
Gotta turn him on.
Why?
'Cause we're debating how
Good young man.
crazy. Oops, I can also turn on subtitles. We're debating how crazy he is. He's even more crazy in this game.
He talks about like flashbacks of all these ships he's sunk or something.
Yeah. And talks about getting court-martialed. So,
Titanic's grand staircase was
Okay.
an improvement on Olympus, and now Britannic's staircase surely improves on Titanic. Now, let's see if we can't spot any differences.
the lighting really is better here. But, so I know, obviously the big difference is, it's green. Everything's green now.
It's teal.
Everyone refers to it as green, and so I am going to continue referring to it as green. Thank you.
Well, as an artist, I also was an art teacher for a little bit. That's teal.
Looks pretty green to me.
It's teal! Teal is a blue-green.
So we've got all this green tile, and
Sean's not here. He can't back me up.
we've got all this green tile, but the boat deck landing is still mostly arranged the same. We've got the piano over here, some chairs and seating on the other side. Those doors would lead to the gymnasium. The pipe organ is a big difference. That wasn't there before. And I really liked the pipe organ. I just like the detailing on it. think it adds some elegance to the room. I'm still not completely sold on the green. Yeah, we'll get to the morgue. I'm going to be doing some Robin exterior exploration shortly. But the one big difference with Britannic is it actually had the children's room.
Look at this. This is teal. It is that color.
It actually had a children's room.
I believe I've seen this room in a moving picture once.
And this room was featured in A Night to Remember, even though it existed on Britannic and not Titanic. So there's an interesting fact there. But this room, you know, parents could send their children to play
Into the baby jail.
Yeah, into the baby jail. Yep. Baby jail right here. And I just like the look of it. It's very bright.
And the creepy doll in
sunny.
the closet.
Creepy dolls in the closets, yeah. Before I forget, let me get my camera tool running here because it also works for this game. So now we can get a slightly closer look at the creepy doll.
It looks like me.
Looks like you.
It's got,
I don't see a resemblance.
it's the coloring.
Coloring. I
Brown
mean, Edson
skin.
would avoid like the play. Yeah. I wouldn't have much reason to be here either.
I do.
And another big difference that always confused me about Titanic is that the elevators go up to the boat deck. And I don't know why they didn't on Titanic. You'd think you'd want people to ride the elevators all the way up to the boat deck whenever they're going on a walk. I don't know. I also like here you can see through the dome, through the casing above, and I really like how looking aft here you can kind of see some of the funnel out there if you look real close.
That's loud. I don't like loud things.
So I think, like, the green staircase, I think I like it on these upper decks.
Oh god.
I like it on these upper decks. I don't think I like it being everywhere like it is. And I think that's my opinion. I've finally
I
settled
just have to
on
say,
with it.
the wood and the teal do not match. A darker wood would look better.
You've got some extra cabins here as well that weren't on Titanic. I gotta say, these
Cabins
are...
quite a priority for them on this ship. I've seen most first-class cabins getting enlarged, while the White Star is squeezing additional ones in wherever they can.
These cabins are... well, those are baths. Is this another bath? So I know they added a lot more private baths as well. There's another bath right there. But this cabin right here, at least, that's pretty narrow. It's like long and narrow, it looks like. That would be a weird cabin.
Man, this organ is loud.
What about the blue floor and the brown staircase? I mean, I think the colors work here at least. It's kind of the opinion I've finally landed on. I still prefer Titanic setup. Floor color really bugs me. Yeah, it's just something about it. I don't know. I like it in the corridors.
We're gonna have it in our house in the future.
I like it in the corridors. Like here, I really like it.
Because the walls are complementary of it. The wood is not good with it. That's what it is.
Aquamarine. Yeah, I really like it here. And here you can see out toward the bow. Just not a great view.
Oh, if you go to the other side, that's where he talks about the boats he sunk, isn't it?
Yeah.
I understand every one of these cabins forward have direct access to their own washroom. That's quite an advancement from previous ships, even from Titanic, even from my own flight. Since things hit a crescendo and rapid diminuendo with Claire, I've had to share latrines with that greasy Mr. Tundry and his band of urchins. I will not
So
put up with
something
that
has happened with
any
Claire.
longer.
Yeah, so he's had a falling out with her in this game.
Where are the postcards?
Oh, I think that's in the hospital version.
Oh.
Also, all these A-deck cabins have little windows for ventilation, the interior ones. I mean, it's ventilation from a corridor, so there's only so much that can do. But they really believed back then in the magical power of having fresh air in every room, so...
Rachel, you missed when he was talking about, I have a good friend, Harry or Henry, or whatever his name was, and he loves to hang out with Claire and blah blah
Yeah,
blah.
just you wait till we're outside near the morgue.
What a good friend.
Here's B-deck. I don't like this one. This one just doesn't work for me. It's the floor. I wish the floor wasn't used everywhere. They have their own private mailroom.
White Star Line is really outdoing themselves with regards to passenger service. In addition to the inquiry office on the deck below, passengers have what appears to be their very own post office.
This dude
right
sounds like a
here
snuck
on
up
Visa.
snob. Yeah, he does sound like a snob, doesn't he? They also have a little telephone room. And I'm still a little confused as to what those phones could call. I don't think they would call the shore.
They've already begun preparing to dismantle the passenger accommodations.
Floor
Won't be
doesn't
long
work.
now until this ship is bare steel and lit a seaway.
Here's the inquiry office of Britannic. A little different. It's got this sectioned off.
Yes,
There it is.
memories I should probably begin repressing.
And it's several ships that either sank or encountered incidents like running aground.
He caused it.
And yeah, I think it's insinuated that he was partially to blame. And we can't go any further down at the moment. Hopefully in the future they'll add more. But you can kind of see the reception room has wooden flooring instead. So it's a little less colorful actually. I can again hijack the camera to kind of peek down here a little bit. And you can see it has a different feel than the other reception, just from this little glimpse. And the painting is way more detailed over here. The tapestry, I guess it would more be. And there's not really much else to see here. There are some other Britannic exclusive spaces. We'll just take a quick peek at the cabins. Probably gonna skip the hospital interiors for now because they're all quite plain. PC kept freezing. Hopefully it's better for you on mobile. Still better than green painted. Oh, the green painted
This
staircase
really
is the
appears to be
worst.
the grandest cabin on the ship. It's a travesty that the war effort requires it to be gutted tomorrow.
So this here is the Regal Suite. I think this is a style unique to Britannic. I don't think this is on Titanic, even though it's a little similar to the Cardeza cabin, B51, to her sitting room. One advancement it had over the other ones, it had its own little private pantry, so that the servants could just work on preparing tea or such.
Is this the one with my...
Yes. You could work on preparing tea or such just right in the cabin here. Got a nice little fireplace. electric fireplace. It would have been not wood burning.
This would be a much better fireplace if it were wood burning.
Yes, he
Nothing beats a
comments on.
firm log of
I
burnt
disagree. We have a wood burning and it's annoying.
Seattle nights.
You don't know if you like. Yeah, I don't know about the wooden flooring either. I need to see the full room before I could really comment on it.
There's my bed and there's yours.
Now, yeah, this is bedroom style B, I think is what it would be called. And this style was used on a lot of rooms on Titanic. And here it is in the suite on Britannic. It's a little nicer since it's in the suite setting. You got a nice couch, a couple beds. I would be happy with this room on any ship.
Why aren't you showing my room?
You got a little bathtub.
Now, Robin, business before pleasure.
What is that supposed to mean?
Little bathtub here, toilet. Just an example of the kind of private bath that you'd have. I mean, it looks pretty plain compared to modern baths you'd see on ships, but back
Didn't
then
you say there
that
was a
the
key
norm.
that like the
Oh yeah, I
servants
did
had?
notice that. It looked like there was a key there, and I can't tell if that was a key that would trigger the bath or if that was a key to like open it up and perform maintenance. It might be that a steward would have to come by and like key lock the bath, but given that this is your private cabin bath, I'd almost imagine it would be something that you could control yourself. But I know there were bath stewards. So it might have been that you would arrange for the bath steward to come by and get your bath ready for you.
That's
Kind of sounds like a hassle.
Oh
to
god,
me.
the transition is so ugly. Oof.
What that?
Yeah. That floor, the one you're in right now, is hideous.
Well, it was used in a lot of the suites.
Well, it's hideous.
See the sitting rooms in the Adam style. We are going to see the Adam style.
Here it is, my room.
Yes, this is a unique private
They really truncated it from what it was.
private
originally on
promenade.
the
It's
other
not even
two
really a
islands.
promenade anymore. But it's just, I really like this room. I would spend a lot of time in this room.
Yes.
I like the floor. I like the walls.
I don't like the orange, but I would spend a lot of time in here as well.
It's just very pretty.
How many cabins had this, or is it just a few?
This is just one.
Just one?
Yeah, you'd have to spend a lot because you get. This is the whole 9 yards. You get this room. You get this room. You get this, and there's one extra cabin. So you'd book all of them. So this would be. You'd have to be really rich to get this. I like the windows looking out onto it too.
I could be a social recluse and not have to
Yeah, you
leave.
could like spend the entire voyage just in those couple rooms. So next, the Georgian suite. And one thing I've found out since first playing this is that this Georgian style.
A Georgian style suite. The style named
Well, then
after
talk
the kings of the House of Hanover, a time when Britain was ruled by a German dynasty.
So this Georgian style was actually used on a couple cabins. I forget what numbers, so I can't really show you in game, but I mean this is the exact style. It's just used here in a sitting room instead of a cabin. So I think it's very pretty. There's not a lot to see, but I mean again you got a fireplace. Again, electric, not wood burning, but you know, that's all good.
I think that is a blessing.
She really likes that.
I mean,
And then
gas
this
would be ideal, but
is the Adam style. And the Adam style is one that I didn't really appreciate before, but having seen it here, you know, I really kind of like it. It's not my favorite style, but I wouldn't mind a room like this. It's kind of got these gilded wall panels.
Oh, I like the edging.
Yeah, this blue and gold
See, now that's blue.
surrounding everything.
Except for the blue right next to that green and orange is hideous.
B69 and C77 were in the Georgian style. There we go. So I could actually, real quick, hop over to C77 to give you an example of that. So you can see it's the same style that we got back here, just in a cabin instead. And that's all there really is to show here. C81 and C86 are the other variant.
If someone like put me in an old room and like held me at gunpoint and said, "Tell me what style this is," I'd be like, "Guess I die."
I didn't know the styles until like a week ago.
Echo.
Or not a week, a month ago. Then I really started to learn them. Not much left, just the swimming bath and the boiler room, a little bit of the exterior exploration, then we're going to go through the sinking. And then we'll get to the fun segment
What
with
an
Fall of the
upgrade from
Titanic.
Titanic and Olympic. Look at the marble panels and the gilded torch lamps. A real step up. Something to really compete with those marvelous German liners. Oh, I hope no one heard me compliment the Hun.
I was about to say he was just dissing the Germans, and now he just complimented them.
So this swimming pool is a really big step up from the plain pool on Titanic. I think I can quickly show that just to highlight the, oh man, it's closed. Okay, hold on. We can solve this. Should be open late at night, right? So
Not
let's,
during the sinking.
but that's late at night. Here, let's jump here and jump forward like 6 hours. Then we should be good. Yep, okay. So, comparison to the pool, just to really
That's
get the
ugly.
point across. Yeah, this is just plain steel. You can see all these pipes appear against the wall. Pool itself is kind of nice, but even then it's not paneled nearly as well. You just got the bath tiling around it. You don't have any of this fancy tiling. So the pool is a really big step up here. You don't have any of this excellent marbling.
There's just something about a saltwater plunge that really stings my new suit.
You have this nice little water fountain here too.
How deep is the water?
Water in here is about 5 feet.
A little over it. I could barely.
And it does
I
have a
stand.
deeper side, slightly deeper.
I probably couldn't stand there.
Yeah, this pool's really just step up. We passing the Isle of Wight in the Arctic. Yep. And Britannic also had a double hull, I know. And this setup here kind of hides that by making it look very nice with the windows leading up to the portholes. And Next up is the boiler room. We'll take a quick peek in.
6.
Yep. Boiler room 6.
Another opportunity for daring adventure in the bowels of the ship? Yes, please. But shouldn't they turn these boilers off? It's not like the ship is going anywhere anytime soon. Or is that for the electricity?
He really likes to go down into the boiler room.
Yeah, he's a bit crazy.
Ooh, going to the boiler room.
It's not a whole lot to see here. I mean, massive boilers. And we do get a little peek into the fireman's tunnel that they would use to enter the boiler rooms. That leads up toward their cabins in the bow, or their quarters in the bow. I wonder if the Shadow Man is there. There is a Shadow Man back there. You can kind of make him out right there. You get a closer look at Mr. Shadow Man too, if you want.
What? Ah!
Yeah, he's just standing back here on the other side of the boiler room, creeping. He's there on the Titanic, now he's here on Britannic. Now, one thing I'm not sure of is that one of the leading firemen said that there was like a red warning light that came on when the ship was about to hit the iceberg. I'm not sure actually where that is. I think it
Well,
might
this
be
ship doesn't hit an iceberg.
might be that sign, but I really don't know. I don't see anything like that in here. Maybe someone else does. These are like the coal chutes. They dump coal in. I think that's a coal chute at least. They dump the coal in through the sides of the ship. And they'd end up in these bunkers ultimately. Shadow Man is Harry. I don't think Harry's in the picture anymore.
Go to the. I want to see what he says at the more. He said he says something at the more.
Yeah, so we're doing the exterior exploration now. Got a little more Robin dialogue here, and then we're gonna go through the sinking of this ship.
Oh, we haven't done the sinking yet.
Now, the real
Why do you
question
sound so miserable?
how
If you're not
did
enjoying
I
yourself, you
find
can go.
out who?
It's not that I'm not
There I
enjoying
was
myself,
in
it's
Naples,
that I keep
minding
having to
my
look
own
away so I don't
business,
get
and I
sick.
see a group of nurses
You
disembark
need to
from a motor launch.
work on that.
And there, beyond the nurses,
If I was on
see
controlling
her,
it, I might be less.
my girl, the Britannic. I toured her in Belfast before she was converted into a hospital. I had to see what the war did to her. I took the motor launch, bumped the pier a few times, and here I am. Now, question 2. Did I tie up the motor launch to the ship before I climbed the ladder?
So yeah, Robin's stolen the motor launch now. And he clearly forgot to tie it up because it's drifting away. But, that's all good because we're going to explore a little bit of the exterior.
Those new gantry davits really do loom over us, don't they?
So, on the hospital variant, you're not going to get to really see this, but there's the RMS variant I will briefly look at in a bit. But the hospital, or the gantry davits actually clear up a lot of the first class deck space and make it very wide open. And I think it's a good solution to the whole problem of having cluttered decks with a ton of lifeboats like this. This is more akin to what you'd see on something like Lusitania, where you barely get any space to walk because there's just so many lifeboats along the entire length of the ship. And also the Britannic. Here's a reference to the 2000 Britannic television movie. You shoot at a torpedo coming at the ship. It's kind of very sensationalized story of the Britannic there. About the bit of the
Captain
wheelhouse.
Bartlett is an admirable commander. He knows this ship well. Unlike most people, I actually trust his commander.
This is where the
And
goose
believe
belongs.
you me, I have had my fair share of experience on this subject.
Yeah. Goose spent a lot of time in here on Titanic, as you all know from the historical records of the ship. Got a nice view of the bow. Let's make our way toward the morgue, as one does. Let's take a quick stop off at the compass platform, because why not?
The best compass to follow is your heart.
Wow. I'm sure that got you far with Claire.
Make our way.
That's where the other motor launch should be. I believe that's the one they brought to the mainland with them, and I brought back.
Well, look at behind you. It's
Yeah. It's kind of getting far out there now.
it's leaving.
So there's stairs up to the boat deck that are added for the hospital variant only. That wouldn't have been there on the main actual cruise ship variant. Or ocean liner, whatever you want to call it. And then yes, on the stern of the ship is a morgue. That again was added for the hospital, that wasn't on the...
This would have been the ideal spot to dump Harry. If only I'd known I'd be here in 4 months, I'd have waited. It would have been easier to get away with. Now, Claire, it's not too late with him.
Yep. This man might have actually graduated to psychopath. I don't know.
Yeah, he's interesting, isn't he? So I don't want to explore the exterior too much because we'll be here a bit during the sinking. So I'm gonna jump out. End on that pretty note with Robin. Have a quick look at the RMS variant just to show off what I mean about the deck space. So the gantry davits kind of group all the lifeboats up around the cranes, and the result is that the boat deck is actually very clear of any of those boats. You've got a lot of room to just walk around or just set up your deck chairs and relax. Here in first class at least. Now second and third class kind of lost a bit of space on the main boat deck. They don't really have much, but they do gain some extra deck space back here. Second class does, and I think that this is a larger space than I really noticed or thought it initially was. On Titanic, they kind of lose their deck space right here, so they get a lot more back this way, and then third class has this enclosed aft well deck that they really get to. They didn't have any enclosed deck space on Titanic, so this was a big gain for them here. I also like just the compass platform at night. It's very pretty.
This music is so relaxing.
It is relaxing. Song True Colors. I don't know that song.
I know it.
Kelly knows it.
Your true colors are beautiful.
So let's go ahead and go to the sinking. Got a lot more to talk about for the sinking.
I hope you enjoyed my wonderful rendition, Dean.
We'll actually be releasing that rendition on iTunes
Yes.
later this week. Okay. So if I go to the bridge, I can actually see the clock. I know it just said the time. I think it's 8:09 a.m. So around this time, I know there's a lot of people down in the dining saloon eating breakfast. There's actually not really many patients on board the ship right now. They're traveling, God, I forget where they're traveling to. They're traveling to somewhere to pick up patients and go on another mission. That's the island of Kia over there, or Kea. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Karaoke stream when. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. But that island's over that way. And they're not sailing to there right now, we're just sailing by it. You can really just see the sheer of the ship. I'm getting distracted by that. So what else is happening? I think there's a shift change happening down in the boiler rooms as well. So the watertight doors are open right now as people walk between them. Typically, the watertight doors would be kept closed at all times on this ship because they wanted to be prepared in the event of anything. But they're all open right now, of course, at the worst possible time, as people are heading back to their quarters or leaving or coming down to go to work in the boiler rooms. Oops, I fell. Sound just me playing Roblox. As long as you don't fall off the ship. And then I'm going to go ahead and go into the free cam here. Kind of set up a nice cinematic shot near the bow while I still have a little bit of time. So what I can't figure out is if all of the medical staff ate in the main dining saloon or if some also ate in the second class saloon on D deck or something as well. I'm not really sure of that, but I know that they all were eating breakfast around this time.
Not me. I would have been asleep.
I don't think you would have been asleep if you oh, there, we just hit the mine. So the mine blast kind of struck
Now I
the
wouldn't
ship.
be asleep.
Kind of struck the ship around this point, and I think that's near boiler room 5. And the blast was strong enough to bend the hull a bit, and the end result of that is that some of these forward watertight doors that were open because of the shift change now couldn't be closed. So even though the captain's going to try and order all the watertight doors shut, it's only the more aft watertight doors that do end up getting shut. And the result of that is that the water can freely flow in the forward parts of the ship.
So if they had been closed, it would have been fine?
If they had been closed in advance, then yes, it probably would have taken longer to sink.
Would it still have sun?
They probably would have been able to beach it then, honestly, I would guess. I think that plan would have succeeded. But because of the shift change and all of that, they're now stuck open in the bow.
What was that?
It's the captain changing things.
I don't see him!
The ghost captain
Ah!
has just ordered some new things. What's he changing?
Sounds like he's playing with pots and pans. Is there already a list going on?
Yes. There's a lot of water flooding into that side of the ship, so the entire ship is starting to tilt.
It's like April 10th on the Titanic.
We're listing.
We're listing.
It's listing to starboard, right? I always get them mixed up.
Is there a list?
What else? Yeah, okay. Other things that have happened in the mine explosion. The cables that would run over the ship and go down to the wireless room, I think through here actually, have now snapped. And they're kind of just uselessly dangling here. And the end result of that is that the ship can still send out the wireless transmission, but they can't receive them anymore. And so they're going to immediately start sending out distress signals, and other ships are going to respond to those distress signals saying that they're on the way, but they're never going to actually hear any of those signals. And because they're not going to hear them, they're going to think that no one has actually heard their distress sig calls and that no one's coming. And because of that, the captain's going to decide that he wants to try and avoid full-scale evacuation of the ship if no one's on the way, and he's going to try and make it to this island over here and beach the ship. And the logic of that is perhaps questionable in hindsight, but I mean, a full-scale evacuation of the ship when...
Was there not a way to tell that the lines have been cut?
I mean, you could have seen them, I guess, but again, a hard thing to notice.
I should have some sort of like you are not connected.
Again, hindsight. You don't build ships to sink or to have disasters happen. You kind of respond to things after the fact. He never saw the cables swinging in front of him. It might not have been just dangling like it was there. I mean, it could have snapped in a different way, or it might have...
Wasn't he also in front of them? Or were they in front of him?
Well, they're in front of you in the bow, so if I come back up to the bridge here...
Oh, I see.
You can kind of see them here. But even then, that's just these overhead wires, and you don't really know what it looks like aft of you. It looks like maybe some things up there have snapped and fallen down, but you could still assume that the set has a connection. And even then, I mean, they're sending signals out. I think, and I don't know the wireless as well as I should, but I think that those wires kind of just boosted the signal a lot. So it's still possible even then that they could have received signals just from closer. Their assumption might have been that, well, we're not hearing any signals at all, so we want to try and beach the ship. Because we're not really sure that anyone's coming, and, you know, the process of evacuating an entire ship.
Or did he know that it was broken and, oh god, our signal isn't getting out?
And yeah, you know, that's another thing. Since he saw that the cables are dangling in front of him, maybe then his thinking was, well, that means we can't even send signals, so we're going to try. But in case it's not getting out, I want to get toward the island. So there's all these possibilities. By the way, the ship's already in a very bad state. It's listing pretty heavily now. You can see the water's up to F deck. Kind of getting close to E deck. If I run back to the bridge, we can get another glimpse at what time it is and how long it's been. where some of the lifeboats are starting to be swung out. So even though they're trying to beach, the captain still ordered the lifeboats to be ready. Clocks in here. So since the impact, it's not been long at all. Not even like 10 minutes. The ship's already listing pretty severely. So I know a lot of the crew below who had been eating all knew their stations and started to report immediately. Some stopped by their quarters to retrieve a few belongings. Violet Jessup, who had survived the Titanic, said that
Didn't she was on like 4 sinking ships or something?
she was also on Olympic when it struck the Hawk. But she said that she went back to her cabin to retrieve her toothbrush because she had really been annoyed by not having it on the Carpathia after Titanic sank. She wasn't going to go through that again. She also was instructing others not to put their life belts on prematurely, because there'd be no reason to really have them on if they made it off safely into a lifeboat. I think that's her reasoning. I'd have to go read her account again, but she was giving them all advice from her time surviving the Titanic.
I've been through this shit before, let me tell you how to do it.
Yeah, I kind of like staying back here. You just get a nice view of how much the ship's listing, and you also get a good view of the islands as we're going to start turning here. Actually, if I come into the free cam, you can see that the ship is kind of turning already. I'm not moving it right now, that's just the ship moving. And we're getting some of the cranes swung out. I think these first ones are going to lower down toward the boat deck level, and then the passengers aboard from here. Passengers, the crew. But you could also
They're
board.
passengers.
I guess they're technically passengers. You could also board through these ladders, and then the crane would just come back and pick the boat up and deploy it immediately.
And we got to see how those things came off.
Yes.
They just disappear.
But in reality, I think we figured out that it looks like there's these things that you probably would pull out, these pins,
Lift it off.
and then you just lift the thing up and toss it aside, probably.
But in the game, it just goes poof.
Yeah, it just disappears. Maybe we'll get to see it, maybe not. But boarding these boats would be a lot faster as well, because you would just come up these stairs, you would be directed by someone up one of these ladders, and you just get straight in. And then the crane picks it up, deploys it, and while that's happening, they can still have the other one boarding as well. And then once this one's picked up, they would be able to start boarding the one below it. So and then there's more back here as well. So all in all, I think this was a much faster and more efficient system than, say, these. Even here, like, these boats are kind of in the way. It probably was a bit of a hassle getting into them. I imagine you'd have to kind of come around over here and then climb on up and in. Claire sent the mine because she knew that Robin was on. She was trying to get rid of him once and for all. I like that theory.
Apparently they're just like trying to kill each other, I guess.
Yeah, I guess they're locked in like an eternal battle. You kind of see into the grand staircase there.
In VR, you can lean into things.
Yeah, or I can just fly in.
Oh. That was a boring bathtub.
Here's the top of the skylight, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
And I've been saying you could see that funnel right there from the stairs. So there's no crane over here, And there was supposed to be a crane over here, but I think they just ran out of time or money or both when they were trying to set the ship up. And so there was never a crane installed over here. And we're just left with this wide open deck space that's kind of pointless. So what's the ship looking like now? Now the water is up toward E deck, and we're really not looking good. I think this is what Titanic looked like about an hour after the collision. I know someone mentioned that. It's already, this ship's in worse state, and we're not even, 15, 20 minutes in? Let's see. Yeah, about 20 minutes. But we are moving toward the island now. You can really see that we've changed course. So we're still operating under the hope that we're going to be able to beach the ship. I've probably missed it, actually. I think I've been lingering up here for too long. So let's head toward the stern real quick, because there is a point I wanted to make. And people could be boarding these already, by the way, and just getting ready to launch when the captain sends out the order. Yeah, I've missed both of them, actually. Oh, that one's just launched. So this boat launched against orders, and another one launched against orders. That one's already way out there somewhere. It launched a while ago. I can't even see it now. Oh, it's way over there. I can barely make it out. If we quickly do this, maybe I'll be able to see it. Kind of see it, way out there.
Oh, I see it.
That first one was launched by, I think it was some firemen who had found their way up on deck from below, and probably since they had just been in the middle of a shift change, and then they'd seen the effects of the mine immediately and seen all the water coming in, they weren't going to linger around. So
They were like, F this, I'm out.
they came up here, they stormed this boat, and they deployed it themselves, and they got out of here. I'm not sure if this one also was firemen, but this one deployed a little later on, like we just saw it deploy. And it was, I don't know who was in that one, but I would imagine it could have been more people from down below who were just like, yeah, let's get out of here. We're not going to wait. And plus, the ship's already looking pretty bad, and this isn't that long after the impact. Yeah, the impact of the mine, so some people are probably imagining that things aren't going to go well for us. And that's probably why this boat gets launched, because the people up above are seeing the rapid descent of the bow, and they decide that they want to just go. They're not waiting for the captain's orders, they're going to leave the ship. And that other boat there is the one that Violet Jessup will get into. And she'll have a similar experience as to what we're about to. So this lifeboat hits the water, and they're trying to clear the wake of the ship, but they're not going to be successful. Oh no, yeah, we're in that boat. I just really like how you can see into the windows as you go by. Say no, yeah, we have to. It's part of the story. We're having a historical discussion. So I like that they get into the water. They're caught up in the wake. They're caught up in the wake.
gonna happen?
There's a spray of water coming out that's just gonna drench them. It's like all around horrible, miserable experience.
Then you turn around.
And then they're going straight toward the propellers. So I know that some of them started jumping out. Don't give Claire freedom from Robin.
Don't worry. Robin won't die here.
Robin will come back.
That was a weird dream.
What a strange dream I just had, yeah. Robin also can walk on water. So that was the first boat to get sucked into the propellers.
Is Robin a demon?
This one's gonna have a similar experience. And I believe a majority of the people who died were on those two boats. And now the captain has no idea that that's just happened. He's still trying to beach the ship. I think there's some crew stationed around here who probably could have seen it. And that's what I'm gonna be doing next. We're gonna look at the next boat from the perspective up here. I'm gonna kind of jump on this because, you know, you could lean over the rail and have a better view. And it's also possible that there was crew. So this boat's been filled up there. Now it's been deployed and they're trying to launch it. But I think this is, people back here have seen what's just happened. And it's possible that they were back here instead, deployed up here on the docking bridge, and that they would have seen it. And they've got a phone that they could have called the bridge, so I don't know where the message came from, but someone back here clearly saw what happened and probably ran up here and got them to stop launching this one. So this boat stops launching right here and just waits. Or the other possibility is that they launched it most of the way and then stopped it intentionally because they were just waiting for the captain's orders back here. I don't know.
Could have been the people in the boat saw what happened.
Yeah,
We're like,
people
oh my god!
In here might have been like, hey, stop it.
Hey.
And, you know, yelled back up for them to
Hey,
stop.
by the way, those people just died. Please don't.
So leaning over here, you can definitely see that boat out of control, and they would have seen the other one as well. This one's even more out of control, though. That's, again, that's the boat that Violet Jessup is in.
Did she make it?
Yeah. I think that she said that she was hit over the head with the propeller a couple times.
Oh my god.
I'm guessing we're just gonna see it kind of get pulled under and then disappear from view. Yeah. But if I quickly fly back here, no, you still can't see it. Oh, it's already gone. So it would have been hard to see exactly what happened.
You could hear it.
You could have heard it for sure, and that's probably what happened. Honestly, I would guess that it was heard more than it was seen from the deck. That boat could have seen it for sure. But either way, word of this has reached the captain, either from someone running to warn him, or from calling one of the phones to the bridge and being like, hey, there's boats being chopped up back here, stop the ship. And so he is going to order the ship to stop, even though we've now turned to face the island. It's still very far away. I mean, think it's fairly obvious that we weren't going to make it. It's been about half an hour now. So he stopped the ship and he's now sending out the signal to get the boats deployed. That crane right there, I'm pretty sure, has just launched a boat. And now it's going to come back in to take on another boat, but this crane's actually going to malfunction. And it's not going to work again after this. So they're pulling it back in, attaching it to that boat, then they're going to try and deploy that boat, but this crane's never going to move again. And from here on, it's going to be in that position. All the other cranes function though. So if we come over to this side of the ship, these boats are about to start going. There's one up there that's already deploying. Oh, and this one's perfect timing. It's going right now. And I just like the view from these boats. I'm probably going to jump in a couple. As they're deploying. I really like just seeing the windows and seeing into the ship as they are launched. Another fun fact I learned is that these little holes here along the base of the ship would have been used to dump like sewage or just other filth.
They polluted?
Yes, they were big polluters back then. But they would store empty bottles and not just throw those overboard. So
Well, that's nice of them. Probably because you can sell bottles.
Probably, yeah. Probably because bottles could have been sold. So the ship is still moving. That's why it's still drifting. It has just stopped and it's going to drift for a while.
Well, it's got some momentum still.
Yeah, it's still got some momentum. You can see a lot of the boats starting to launch. And
So only 2 of the lifeboats get destroyed?
yeah, only 2 get torn up by the propellers. All the others are launched successfully.
Except for the one with the malfunction crane.
Yeah. The malfunction crane never launches anything again. So I imagine the people there are just like, it's not working.
What do we do? Our boat's not going.
It's not working. Then they're probably going to have to redirect people away.
Alright, time to get out of the boat.
Yeah, get out of this boat and
Go to this boat.
go to one of the other ones. So that's a hassle for sure. But they are going to, over the period of about 15 minutes, get a majority of the people off the ship. So these
You could just
cranes,
jump and grab that.
yeah, you could. And there was about 1,000 people on Britannic, so about half that of Titanic. But still,
That's
in
a
15
lot.
minutes.
For not having...
Yeah, for not, that's just the, again, like all crew. For not having a lot of, so for having about 1,000 people and for,
And I guess the crew is somewhat
I
more
mean,
trained.
yeah, for being more trained than passengers. Getting most of the people off in about 15 minutes is pretty good. And again, on the subject of mines, I'm pretty sure that just placing mines indiscriminately had been outlawed by several conventions, but Germany just decided to start doing it during the war.
Oh, more fuel to...
Yeah.
Fuel for Robin's fire.
More fuel for the hatred of the Hun that Robin has, for sure.
Why does he call him the Hun?
Why does he call him the Hun? I'm not sure.
Because they're not Mongolia, which is what the Huns are from.
I'm sure that there is a reason.
Dean, if you're here, do you know?
Do you know, Dean? Yeah. I don't know as much of that kind of the history of things. So, if I turn this camera on, I think you can see the ship is also still turning slightly.
Once again, from momentum.
Yes, from the momentum. It had been turning, and that's something I didn't mention before, is that the rudder was actually jammed as well. So they were able to turn the ship successfully by stopping this propeller entirely and just using these two. And just using the momentum from that to turn the ship.
When did it jam?
I think it was jammed after the collision, or the impact with the mine.
How did they figure out it was
like that
jammed?
view. It just wasn't responding, so they would turn the wheel, and I don't know if there was an indicator to say that it was jammed, but I think just seeing that it wasn't responding would have been enough that we're not turning.
How'd they get their motorboat back after Robin stole it?
How'd they get the motorboat back after Robin stole it? You know, I don't know. I think someone probably just had to swim out, as was customary. You know, they just like, oh man, we forgot to pull our boat back in. You, go swim for it. That's exactly how things worked, and that's a historical fact.
So would then, once the anchor hole thingies got there, they would start flooding with water too, right?
Yes, because these were, even though it's not really visible in here, but these did lead into a room. A chain locker, I think is what it was called. And I could show that here, even though Titanic's deck plans aren't really equivalent to Britannic's.
Chain locker.
You know, and the big one would have been higher up, of course. But the chains for the anchor, I think, ran pretty deep into the ship. You can also kind of see some of those rooms up here. In very low poly detail. So where are we? Oh, we're pretty far away now. I am going to take us back to the ship. Now, other interesting things to note is that there's all of these rafts that could just be picked up and thrown over the edge of the ship. And those are here because, if you have Britannic deck plans in high quality, yes please. Those I am very interested in. But these rafts could just be picked up and thrown over the edge in case of a man overboard or in case of disasters like this. And these are another kind of raft, I think. And I don't know why there's two kinds of rafts. I'm not that knowledgeable in that. But I do know that there are extra life belts just here on deck. Such that anyone who comes out from below without a life belt would just need to come here and grab one. And those are extra wartime precautions that would not have been on the passenger ship, but are here.
Just having a thing
Sent
with life
them.
belts.
Thank you. So a lot of the boats are gone now. Oh, a motor launch has just left, I think. Yeah, it's over there. gonna go to the motor launch and we're gonna sit in it for a little bit. Because I think commonly accepted belief was that the motor launches chased after the ship as it was sinking. But this one's actually in motion right now. Because Captain Bartlett, who walked off the bridge as the ship was in its final plunge, said that he stayed in the water for about 30 minutes before anyone picked him up. And because all of the lifeboats were found by rescuers just grouped together, the common belief now is that these were actually deployed with orders not to chase the sinking ship and pick up people from the water, but to actually go out and check on survivors from the two boats that were churned up by the propellers. And so this one right now is turning away from the ship, and it's about to start heading out that way toward the boats that were broken up by the propellers. And I think I'm gonna just sit in this one for a while, because it actually makes it to one of them around the time that the ship's really starting to sink. So I just want to get a sense of its motion. But that point was of particular interest to me because I had never known that those two motor launches had gone back to try and pick up people from the propeller churned boats. And I had always been wondering how exactly those people were rescued, because it's not like these boats could have rowed back to them very efficiently. They're all just gonna sit around here grouped up, and because the ship was in motion, they're both kind of far out there. So this motor launch is making some pretty good progress. And now that most of the people are off the ship, the propellers are starting up again. Because the captain is going to try and beach the ship again.
Does he die?
No, he survives. And he just has a skeleton crew left on board the ship. Just enough to kind of keep track of things. I can't jump on the roof. If I get onto the edge. Oh, I just jumped in the water. I guess it's cool that you can kind of see about how fast that's going. So it's leaving the other boats here, grouped together, and heading out toward... somewhere out there would be the one that was chopped up. And he probably doesn't even really know. He's probably just heading in the general direction of it. I think it's actually over there, so he's probably going to end up turning left and heading toward that boat. We can go ahead and jump back to the ship though now that it's moving again. And the crew that's still on the ship is going to start throwing these rafts over. I think they're going to be picking up ones from the stern first, and they are also cranking these boats back in because they are planning on using these boats here and deploying them and then climbing down the ropes themselves, the ones who deployed it, to escape. They're going to be throwing these rafts over for anyone else who's just in the water, anyone who decides to jump or lower themselves down by means of the ropes. And there are a few more boats with people in them that are being lowered by the cranes right now, even though the ship's in motion, so it's kind of a little more dangerous. But I think that the cranes take boats out further than just the normal davits, however you say it, do. Yeah, you can see just how far that motor launch is. They get deployed pretty far out, and they are generally safe from the cranes. But I imagine there would still be an element of risk in it, and they would probably try and start rowing away immediately once they hit the water. And here, if I come up, I can see the boat from the malfunctioned crane is all ready to go, but there's no way to launch it. So by now it would have been well abandoned of all of its occupants. And I think they would have sent the people who had been trying to board it back to the boats here that had been launched from this crane. And because the ship is listing so far to starboard, I don't think that they launched any more boats. Yeah, they didn't launch any more boats from these forward davits because, as you can see just by looking down, they would have been scraping the side of the ship the whole way down and could have been damaged. This boat probably got sprayed by the discharge a little bit on its way down. How unfortunate. So I'm going to move forward a bit while we still have a little bit of time left. To show a few things. So first and foremost, this forward crane actually launches all of its boats. There are none left. They're all deployed. And second, if you look down here, you can actually see the water.
But if you go to the other one,
and you can also see the water if we go toward funnel 2.
oh, is it already past the point where it's...
Nope, because funnel 3 still good. As is the engines down there. You can kind of see into D-deck. There's the D-deck grand stairs around what would be the reception room in there. So the water's up to D-deck now. And in the bow, it's starting to go onto the well deck. And it's just about up to sea deck. You can see that the water is inside of the ship on the sea deck back there. Not up here yet, though. So the ship's kind of in a bad position. We definitely are not in an ideal state. It's definitely
You don't think?
not ideal. Yeah.
You sure we're not going
I have a feeling. It's just a feeling. I don't think I showed it before, so while I still have time, I can just show off that the forward ends of the promenades were enclosed with wards for passengers. I guess they are passengers, but for patients of the hospital. And the forward B-deck ward as well. Forward B-deck promenade, rather, is converted into a ward. well deck is going underwater. And I think that most of the passengers would have been treated on A and B deck, and then the crew would have the lower decks. And I think Mr. Andrews indicated earlier that there's usually a depiction of a watertight door indicator in here, but in actuality that doesn't exist. There's just the phones to call the engine room, the bow, the crow's nest, and the aft docking bridge, I think. Also, we're listing a whole lot right now. Probably don't have much time left. How do we want to do this? I might try and go off in the final boat. Oh, back here. And this is the section of the promenade that is not set up as a hospital ward. And I think that there was additional room for dining and stuff in there, or for the, I really don't know what the interiors would have been used for back there. Maybe for the hospital staff, maybe for the patients to relax if they could walk, I don't know. I need to be on the other side. Oh yeah, but some of those rafts that I showed off earlier have been thrown over now. They're no longer there. They were probably floating in the water. Yeah, I can see one. Right there. And one boat is being deployed. So some of that skeleton crew is leaving the ship right now. And this one will be the final one to leave, and I'm going to try and leave in that. Because, oh, that didn't happen. Because...
Did you just fall off the ship?
Yes, I fell off the ship. Because we can't have Claire be free of Robin. He's got to escape. Oh, I fell off again.
There.
It's because of the list, okay? There's a big gap between
Echo.
the deck and the boat. There, I made it. Robin lives to see another day.
To sink another ship.
To sink another ship. So let's look forward right now. Water's on the sea deck.
What happened?
Starting to go into the forecastle, however you want to say it, as well. I like the little hospital lights. So I have mentioned that the captain does survive, and we're just going to fly cam our way over to there. So he's still on the bridge, and in the wheelhouse is someone who had been trying to steer the ship. The poor quartermaster, just even though the controls weren't responsive, had to stay there the entire time. But in the the propellers now aren't doing much anymore. Kind of out of the water.
They're just kind of trying.
So
they're trying their hardest.
he kind of had given up hope of reaching the island and was just hoping to hit a piece of shallow land that would have,
A sandbar?
yeah, sandbar or something that would have beached the ship and kept it from fully submerging. That didn't happen, and we've actually done a complete 180. Initially we were going that way, and now we've fully turned and we are now facing the other direction of the island. But to try and counter the turn, since it was clear that we were now turning away from the island, they tried to turn again, and this time the rudder did respond, and it is now slightly turned. And I hear the final abandoned ship signal being sent. So the engine crew right now is leaving the engine room and starting to make their way up through the emergency hatches and stairwells. The last of the skeleton crews made their way into this boat, and everyone who had been deploying the ship, or deploying the boat, either jumped over and just climbed in, or they climbed down the ropes and lowered themselves into this boat. And the captain, the ghost riders, ghost oarsmen, the captain and the quartermaster, and anyone else who was on the bridge is just going to now walk off toward this bridge wing, and as it submerges,
Just jump off?
yeah, they're just gonna just walk off into the water as it submerges, basically.
Wow.
And they're gonna be swimming for about 30 minutes before a motor launch finally gets back to pick them up. Although I don't know why they wouldn't have just swam for this boat, but I guess that they were just trying to get the hell away from the ship and not just swim along it. It's probably a good idea since some funnels do collapse. Yeah, so there's the ship now going underwater. And I like the view from the other side, because it's just completely rolling over. You can just see
Scary noise.
bad noises. You can just see it's a very different view than this side. And
Was
also,
that an ambient noise, or was it like a noise that actually happened?
what, the metal groaning?
That
Yeah, everyone says that the wards are falling apart. Everyone says that the ships make a lot of metal groaning as they sink,
that like singing song?
apparently. I've never heard a audio recording of the actual metal groaning. Do we know why the gantry on the port side never did? Yes, it malfunctions. It gets stuck in that position and never works again. I don't know why it malfunctions. I don't think anyone really knows why, but that is why it didn't launch any other boats.
Stuck.
Yeah, it got stuck. So these guys have quite a view as they're rowing away from all that mess. It's my favorite vantage point. I was actually in this boat in VR watching the ship sink, and it's quite a different perspective in VR. Everything looks a lot larger, and it's a lot more impressive. A lot more impressive seeing the stern rising in VR. So yeah, oh, there goes funnel 2. I was gonna come peek at this side again, just so you can see
Wow.
how the ship's just rolling.
That was weird.
What?
I just got a shiver like you actually ducked into the water.
There's just so many great vantage points. But Britannic, unlike Titanic, is definitely rolling over. The stern is starting to rise right now, like Titanic did. Quite high, but
Is it gonna break the
Titanic
laws
didn't
of physics?
have this kind of roll going. Titanic straightened out more during the plunge. Britannic didn't. We're still rowing away over here. There goes the malfunctioned gantry davit. I'm kind of impressed that even with a malfunctioned gantry, they still managed to get everyone off in 15 minutes for the most part.
See, that sound that just happened, I can believe is a real sound. But the like singing, like that one, just sounds so melodic.
The engineers jumped from the aft promenade, by the way.
Right now?
Not right now. I think I kind of missed the moment they jumped because things are moving so fast, but if I go to the other side, I can show that there are these doors, and I think that what happened is they opened up the doors and just jumped through those. Also, you can just see how the ship has rolled significantly. And then they just swam away, I think, to this boat. The captain and the quartermaster are somewhere out there now. They might have floated like on a raft until the boat picked them up. I don't know. This one's just rowing away from the ship, though, as any sane person would do. And the ship now is leaning over enough to actually have the bow strike the ocean floor. Which is going to kind of stop the momentum of the sinking. I think it just happened because it's not moving anymore. Down forward. Yeah, right there actually. You can hear it. It just struck the sea floor. So now it's kind of stuck there as the stern floods, and then it's going to just kind of settle more than it's going to plunge forward anymore. So if I warp back to there.
No, Robin, what are you doing?
And kind of go forward, you can see. Yeah, it's not really moving forward anymore so much as it is just flooding and settling back, which is kind of interesting to me. Very different than Titanic.
Well, it didn't just have open water underneath it.
Yeah, it didn't have complete open ocean, so it just kind of settles and then drops like that.
Then
It's
we
okay,
Jesus
Robin can just walk out to a boat.
Said he's a demon.
He probably is a demon, I believe it. There we go, we found a raft. Which is
I like that you jumped on it.
And part of the reason it sank so fast is because against regulations, a lot of the portholes were open to ventilate the ship, as well as the watertight doors being stuck open.
Now what are we gonna do?
We're about to go through the experience of the Titanic sinking. Next.
Completely accurate?
Yeah, fully accurate Titanic sinking coming up next. Nice credit music. I think we're just getting now out of the dedication into the
And Nobody needs to know
actual
the
credits. And I'm sure everyone here is quite familiar with the Honor and Glory team.
I'm not.
So we're gonna skip.
I know there's some guy named Matt.
There is a guy named Matt. I guess just a last little fun thing, but you can actually enable the debug camera here in the main menu too.
Whoa! That's cool.
So I can kind of fly around here.
How'd you discover that?
Just tried it. Same way I can do the debug camera everywhere else. There is a historical essay written by someone here, but I'm not gonna read it.
Oof.
If you wanna read it, you can come back here and pause, or just buy the game yourself. It's only $15, and there's a lot to see in it.
And if you have VR, you can play it in VR.
If you have VR, you can play it in VR, and the VR is cool.
You get chopped up in a propeller.
Yeah, I have to say the VR is cool. The score and sound effects, you've got access to everything, Mr. Andrews. I would like the music. I was actually saying I wish that they would release the music somewhere officially.
Mr. Andrews. Is it Matt?
I don't think Mr. Andrews is that. I think
Is it
Mr. Andrews is a very knowledgeable person. So next, we're going to play a slightly less accurate game.
What do you mean less accurate?
Okay, I'm sorry. It's like the most accurate Titanic experience ever.
Called The Fall of the Titanic.
I don't know how it's going to look on stream. I didn't test this one out. But if it looks bad, just know it looks bad for me too.
Excited.
This is Fall of the Titanic. You can see from this amazing menu the lights flickering on the ship. Just makes me emotional.
So
2338, April 14, 1912. You can hear the wind of that night.
whoa, what a jump cut. Whoa!
I can hear the second class music from the second class piano that was right in there.
Feel free to stroll around boat deck. Across, it says.
There's the stern.
It's so boring.
Been looking forward to this one. Me too. I've been waiting for Fall of the Titanic.
Me too, that's why I was here.
By the way, I know, like, it's looking a little strange to you guys. That's exactly how it looks on my screen, with these black bars and whatever the hell that is in the bottom right. That's exactly what I see. The smoking room's closed, I see. At least he doesn't have smoke coming out of funnel 4. But what are these windows? I don't know. What is all of, like, look at these, look at the texture. What is that?
It looks like
What is
someone painted and then, like, pressed up against it and it got all smooshed. Like if you are painting your nails and then you kind of bump it before it's completely dry, and then you're like, no, now I have a pattern in it.
The lounge is closed too, I see. Oh yeah, compass tower. I liked that on Britannic.
There's no compass. Do you just walk up with your own little compass? And
Yeah, you see it. Clearly that was a Britannic improvement over Titanic. They offered you a compass on Britannic and not Titanic.
Or did you have to carry up that big thing every time you wanted to check?
Probably that, yeah, I imagine. People probably just got so fed up with that.
They just left it up there?
Yeah.
What's that glowing beacon?
I'm guessing that's where we gotta go. So I mean, but yeah, historically accurate. Like, yes, this is like even like not all the lights are on.
So accurate.
Captain's turned off one light in his room. I think that is.
Oh no!
What the hell was that jump cut? There's an iceberg, guys. Tiny little wooden planks.
This cutscene. Oh my god, it's so slow. We're gonna hit it? That iceberg is huge with how they've said it. How could you have missed that huge of a light?
Iceberg towering over the boat deck.
That's an awful long scrape.
Fall of the Titan. I like the horn just randomly blowing too.
Brrr.
Waking all the passengers up in the middle of the night.
We've hit an iceberg!
And so then, what's going on? I don't really know this game, honestly. So, because I
Why
played it.
were we on our... Now we're suddenly in a cabin?
And now we've woken up in a flooding cabin. Okay. Looks like a third-class cabin. Pretty simplistic.
What happened? Why we're on the deck?
Third-class cabin with their fancy...
Glued on.
The fancy glued-on lamps. I think this is flooding, so I do actually need to... Before it's too late, yeah. So we are in a time crunch here. We gotta find a way.
What is that lamp doing there?
We have to find our way up. Interact with objects with E. Oh god. We gotta interact with things. My only knowledge of this game is watching Spambles play it, and I forget a lot about it. So I might need some help. This is what TVRPG would look like in 3D. Yeah, it would look like this in 3D. Honestly, it wouldn't be that good. We don't have modelers. We suck. So wait, I gotta find my way through this giant gate.
You have to like get a key in somebody's room. I think I remember.
I'm pressing E on all the doors. Nothing's opening. Got pulled away with this cookie prep, but you're happy you're here in time for this. Yeah.
We're gonna die!
Definitely the star of the show. I don't know what I'm doing. Where am I going?
I don't know.
Find your way out before it's too late is all it says. I'm pressing E. Oh. What's this?
Oh, we gotta
I got a pickaxe.
Get the gate!
A pickaxe. They use this to break the coal on the Titanic. And they just set them in the like passenger cabin or whatever that was when they didn't need them. So that's this game's an important part of Titanic's history, I'm telling you.
It's accurate.
It's accurate, there's a lot to learn from it. What the hell do I do with this? Do I just pick the gate?
Or are you trying to bust down other doors?
Oh, there's so many doors.
We'll try the gate first.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Now save Jack. Jack, I found an axe.
I'm gonna practice a few practice swings.
Take a couple practice swings over there.
Okay, good. Try it
I
at the
hit
same
the
spot.
same spot again. Okay, that's enough practice.
It's one of the best parts of the movie.
What the hell am I doing?
You keep missing the gate.
I tried the gate. The gate didn't.
Did you
didn't
miss
do
something?
anything.
Oh,
What?
oh, oh. Something happened. The pickaxe gone. Oh, There's the
I'm
key.
in a room. Okay, yeah, we got the key. Found the key. I don't know what happened. I just heard a noise. The pickaxe disappeared, and then there was a key. So I think we went through the stairs, like through, not even up, just through the stairs, and made it to our next destination.
Hint.
Some doors might collapse when subject to too much flooding in a short time. Okay.
So
I found a toilet.
I hear people screaming. Oh, the toilets are flooding. Well, this is flooding awful fast.
Yeah, it's,
How did we sleep through like 80% of the sinking?
It's a good question. Okay, what is... Look around here first, since this will flood first. Oh, what's there? There's more. What's this say? Seems to be a lot of water pressure behind this door. Opening this door will flood the whole area in seconds. Why would I do that then? I guess I'm gonna have to open it for some reason. What's this?
It's locked. I bet you want to open it so you can get out that way.
Oh yeah. What the hell is this floor?
It's ugly, that's what it is.
It is. It's horrible. You know, I don't hate this game. It's strangely alluring.
Dean.
Are you okay, Dean?
Run!
God.
Run! Run! It opened!
Someone clogged the toilet again. Oh, cool. Now we're at the grand stairs. I need it.
Which are locked.
What?
Is there even a lock on them?
No, what? Oh god, is there something else I need to do here? Well... This might be the end for us. I don't know what to do.
Did you maybe...
Oh wait, can we go through this door? Oh, okay. Let's go aft. Run.
Through the hot steam.
Oh, come on, you can totally open. Oh. What? How did come this open?
Well,
Okay.
that's not good.
Oh great, what am I doing in here?
Oh, I bet it's gonna open that door. Oh wait, no. Did this open up?
I'm just running. I can run now. You can just climb around the gate. Yeah, I know, right?
It wasn't very useless.
Oh, watertight door closed. That should stop the flooding, right? I have a flashlight.
That would have been useful. Why didn't it say that?
I don't know. Oh, it's flooding fast even though the watertight door closed. You know, like half the ship must be underwater. What the? Oh, the second class stairs. They're shut. Wait a minute. I drowned.
We died.
Oh god, I'm back all the way. Okay, I know what to do now though. So we open this and run.
Run! Run! Although now you're gonna have to wait for it to fill up to here.
Yeah, so the quarter floods, this door opens.
There,
Okay.
go! And then turn and go.
Turn this way, go through here, go aft. I'm still not fully sure how this puzzle we solved, but like we opened this, that broke,
And then
then
just,
somehow this just was gone.
I think it just, the water moves the stuff. behind you.
I think you're right. I think the water, yeah, okay. The water eventually just comes through there. Ancient isn't coming out anytime soon. This is as close as we can get to sinking. I mean, yes, that's true. At least this one has interior flooding real time. Real time, yeah.
I think it's a little fast.
The stressful part is the showering sparks. Okay, so here's some stairs, third-class stairs. Where are we trying to go?
I don't know. There's no directions.
That's flooded.
Obviously not to the water. What's behind the stairs? More stairs.
A lot of nothing behind those stairs.
We're gonna die!
Ship sinks in 10 minutes. Oh, I mean, we're figuring it out. I don't know how to get past that one part. I feel like, however I got to the second class stairs, I want to explore that area more. That felt more right than the third class stairs. It just felt like a dead end of doom.
One of these doors must be unlocked, right?
You try and reach the after second class staircase. Okay. Okay. Do you even know how to play this game, Mr. Andrews? Alright, there we go. Alright, let's look for the second class stairs.
Is this map accurate?
It's just sort of accurate. I mean, I will give it that. Like, I am generally following the shape of Scotland Road here. This would be the forward second class stairs, which it is. This isn't accurate. Oh, there it is. You were right, Mr. Andrews. Okay. Just run into the stairs. And then get a loading screen. Looks like mixed paint. What the hell is this?
Are we in a haunted area now? Oh, now we're shaking. Oh god.
Ship breaking apart? What the hell?
I said we've been through like 80% of the sinking already. We slept through it all.
Come on, open. Okay. This one's open. No. Gotta just check out every doorway. This would be the second class dining room. Okay. Sure knows the ship, yeah. This is like the crew galley. Oh my god. Maybe we are in a horror game. What the hell?
This is suddenly got horror.
What the hell?
We've been transported into another genre.
Okay. Just gotta look for a way through or out. Is this it? I don't think that's it.
Why can't we do that?
Oh, here. This would be the first class pantry. I know from the shape of this thing. Oh, I gotta figure a way through these. Let's see. I can jump. There. Okay, first class dining room. We did it. I don't want to say we did it. We haven't really done anything yet.
There's like creepy haunted music playing.
What the hell?
How did that even
Forward.
happen?
There's no forward staircase though. How would I get up from here? If that's blocked, elevator?
I'm sure that's working. there was something glowing there. Go back, go back.
There he is, you're right. Key. Okay.
Try the
Those
elevators?
legs are human, Dean say. Yeah, let's try the elevator. No.
No.
I'm just trying to look in the areas that are flooding before they're underwater in case the answer's here. Steerage? Good idea. Yeah, good idea. There's nothing here. Furniture. Let the furniture flood enough and go out that way? I don't know if that's gonna work. It's piled very high. That is like horror music.
Now there's flashing lights.
It would have to be an aft place, right? I mean, we got a key. It's just after midnight. Oh, I can't walk through there. There's a small stairwell that was not on the Titanic, which you can use. Oh god, yeah, I can't go aft. It's got to be forward. Okay, so it's a fictional stairwell. That's okay. Let's look for it. Oh, I might be too late. Do you know where it is? Can't go forward. On the port side boarding entrance. Wait, that's right here. It's like through there. Oh. Okay. I wouldn't have ever found that. Okay, where are we now? C deck. If I go aft, I'm gonna guess I have to run down the horror house corridor.
Oh! There was a jump scare. It has gone horror.
Yeah. What? No. No. Do I have to go in that room? No. Other side, other side. Yeah, there we go. Kind of learning. This door will burst any moment. I should somehow cover it. What? Can I? How do I cover it?
The piano!
Oh, really? I can push the piano, but not the chairs?
It's on wheels.
It is on wheels.
Good
Okay.
enough.
Restaurant reception with its signature fireplace and signature gates and on the stairs. I guess I gotta go forward? Okay, I can't go that way. Let's try the other side. Requires a key. Gotta find a key.
There!
Starting to learn this game's tricks. Okay. Up the emergency stairs. Now we're on, ooh, the lounge.
It's fairly detailed.
Yeah, it's actually not that horrible. Looks like, see it being like in Roblox. Can I reach B97? Yeah, that's where we went. Oh god.
sinking?
Well, this makes no sense. Go forward. Oh.
We're on the deck.
How did the dome break? The water's... I don't have time. Gotta find a way off the ship. Captain's blasting the whistles, telling everyone to abandon, as he did.
There's tons of lifeboats you could get on.
Yeah. I can't do anything with them.
That one doesn't have a cover, right? No, it does. They all do.
Upbeat music, the sound of ship breaking apart.
There's a thing. Just parkour your way down.
Where does that bell sound come from?
I don't know. I can't hear the bell.
Oh, we did it.
We did it.
Fall of the Titanic.
We did it.
Now we get to watch the 4th of July fireworks show up front. Ship sinks.
So how accurate is this?
I think it's like the most accurate game ever played.
Wow.
Titanic.
Okay.
You know, the layout. The layout seems accurate. The ship's sinking.
The ship is sinking.
So, I mean, jump scare occurs? Is there a jump scare coming up?
I'm not gonna be happy if there's a jump scare.
There's like all the happy music, the happy little piano. We're just watching the ship sink.
Well, we made it. We're happy.
Oh, and then we're just back here. And there's a bug. I can't move my mouse. It's stuck in the middle of the screen. So the only way out, I guess, is to just close the game.
And that was the fall of the Titanic. I think we just like doubled our... Oh yeah!
Yeah, we did.
We doubled our playtime.
So I think this game is no longer purchasable in Steam. So, I mean, yeah, just lives in our memory now. There was like an explore mode. I might reload it real quick just to see what that is. But then we're gonna just take a quick peek into Adventure Out of Time to end things off. And for that, I'm gonna have to try and finagle some stuff with. It's between museum and explore mode. But yeah, I'm gonna have to. Loading explore mode might take a while. Oh
Why?
boy. Why? Good question. I'm gonna have to finagle some stuff with resolution for Adventure Out of Time. You know, if this is gonna take like this long, I might just go to Adventure Out of Time and not wait. Wow. This is an impressive. Oh, there we go. That was an impressive load time.
Oh, so worth it. Look at these graphics.
You get to just explore the Titanic.
Is it everything?
It doesn't look like everything.
Go where you want, be who you want.
Took that long. Okay, that's interesting. The majestic clock. Look at that view. Well, that all reminded me of The Shining. Oh, we can go on deck. It's like only loading in small chunks. That's scary. That's horrifying. That's horrific. Oh my god. Okay. So I think I'm done with this.
Oh, we could turn on motion blur and make me sick.
I'm done with this horror game for now. I'd rate it pretty highly.
9 out of 10
Yeah,
for
that
accuracy.
that was an experience. So now
How would you rate the gameplay?
it was gameplay. I mean, like I guess like I was learning how to play it for whatever that's worth. It wasn't the worst game I've ever played. I'll give it that. It was not the worst thing I've ever played. For this, you're about to see things zoom in a whole lot, and then some funny stuff might happen here in a sec because I need to change my display settings to get this to even work right. And I think I can do better for the actual gameplay stream, but for this one, where I was playing a bunch of different games in higher resolution without having to restart the entire stream, this was the only way I could figure out how to play this. So we're going to a great resolution here.
Ooh, well that's gonna be ugly.
Our main screen doesn't seem to know. Do I have to do it for this screen? Oh, I do. Okay, hold on. Figuring stuff out here on the fly. I didn't have two screens when I did this last time. So for you guys, you should see everything's super zoomed in now. Probably looks like amazing quality. I need my chat back up. There's my chat. Okay. Okay. So now I should be able to click play and then we can jump into tour mode. And hopefully everything works. Can we pull up my OBS over here just to make sure. We're in. It's not fully centered.
What have you done?
Probably gonna bother some people. Okay. Let's see how this looks. That looks alright. Hopefully you all can see it.
Oh, I just remembered because of that when we went to the escape room that was Titanic based.
Yeah, that was fun.
It was a lot of fun. I solved the really hard puzzle because I'm really good at puzzles.
Okay, I'm seeing it. I think it's working. I think we did it. So this is tour mode of Adventure Out of Time. We get to tour the ship at our own pace. Here's a nice first class menu.
And then in 2 weeks we'll be playing the game for real, which will
Yeah.
be my first time because I've never played it.
Yes, 2 weeks we will be playing this game for real, and it will be Kelly's first time ever playing through this game. And that will be the adventure mode. This is just tour mode. I'm sure I don't need to tell all you that. Unless you've never seen this game before, in which case, welcome. It's a classic from the 90s. You can interact with things.
Without Robin's annoying voice.
No, we got other tour guides instead. Since the Steam version, we got all the tour guides. So I was going to go through all of them to kind of wrap things up. Can you kiss Smeggles for us? Sure.
I was wondering when you'd arrive.
Wait,
Welcome
can you
aboard the
kiss him?
Titanic. I am Smeddles, your steward. I have a letter for you from Bruce Ismay, your host.
Esme invited us?
I guess Esme invited us, yeah.
Wow.
And the very height of gracious and civilized travel in the 20th century promises to be one that we shall all remember for years to come. Made every effort to ensure our journey will be as luxurious as a sojourn in the finest private home in England, as pleasurable as a tour in the glittering capitals of Europe.
Esme's so
Find a
flowery.
schematic of the vessel here in your stateroom. Have a pleasant
The line
voyage.
has instructed me to relay the following information. Like her twin sister, the Olympic, the Titanic was built at the shipyards of Harland and Wolff in Belfast, Ireland. Construction began in March 1909. At over 46,000 tons, the
Shay,
Titanic is
yeah,
the
there
largest
is
ship
one in the
world.
works.
A triple screw
but-
steamer. She has 3 propellers.
I don't know how.
This,
No one knows when
one
it's
of the
coming
wing
out.
propellers, is 23 feet in diameter. The ship is powered by 29 coal-fired boilers and runs at a top speed of 23 knots. The ship is 882 feet, 9 inches long, and 92.5 feet wide. Stood on end, she would dwarf the great buildings of the world, including the planet's tallest, 750-foot-high Woolworth Building in New York. The Titanic's outfitting was completed in March of this year. After only 1 day of sea trials, she proceeded directly to Southampton for provisioning and the boarding of her 2,200 passengers and crew. The ship is under the command of Captain E.J.
It's a
Smith,
dog!
who has over 40 years of experience on the sea. Most recently, he commanded the Olympic on her maiden voyage. We will arrive in New York no later than Thursday, April 18th, and possibly even earlier. The Titanic is your home until then. Please do not fail to avail yourself of the many luxuries and amusement she has to offer. You are now free to explore the ship at your convenience. Do you desire additional instructions? Very well. At any time, you may click on the ship symbol below to view the passengers and crew who volunteered to serve as your personal tour guide. Click on their picture. You will go to their onboard location automatically, where they will relay news and information. I trust you'll find it fascinating. If you have an internet browser, new guides will be available periodically on Cyberflix's homepage on the World Wide Web. Our address, www.cyberflix.com. Remember, you must first quit the CD-ROM to download new guide.
CD-ROM?
I am most certain you will find the internet to be the very latest in modern technology, just like the Titanic. Now, if you will excuse me, good night.
Ah!
Yeah, I guess this is a slightly forward-thinking game. It kind of had like a DLC component way back then. As for Titanic VR, yeah, there is actually a Titanic VR. I don't know, I haven't ever played it. I don't think it's very in-depth, like you can't wander around the ship or anything like that.
Which one is that?
It's called Titanic VR, I think. I really don't know much about it. What do Francis, Remy, and Paul do regarding Titanic Voyage development? They do a lot of things. Francis and Paul kind of do more of like the asset creation. So like a lot of the images or gathering up the music. Remy's a lot more of like the social media side that he does. I love how horrible the carpet is, by the way.
I like that carpet. It's much better than that ugly brown and orange one you liked.
We can explore the wreck in sandbox mode. Interesting.
Why don't I get asked what my position is? No one cares about
So I'm
me.
probably not going to really do a lot of ship exploration right now. I'm thinking I want to save that for the actual playthrough, so we'll probably just jump to tour guides and listen to what they have to say. Can I turn the subtitles on too? Just so we can keep talking. Yeah, we'll be doing a playthrough of this in 2 weeks' time. Let's start the wireless room.
Frankenstein
who
walk.
are planning to send a wire. We have so many passenger messages.
I
the
like you
operators
too,
hardly have
Riley.
time for a break.
Love you.
Strictly speaking, the wireless operators are employees of the Marconi Wireless
Oh, there's
Company.
no subtitles to this.
Mr. Marconi invented our system, you know. It's the most modern communications device on the high seas. The system operates with this key and a code of dots and dashes, or
I
short
always
and
thought it was
long
macaroni.
signals. We're in constant contact with the ships around us in the nearest land stations. In fact, a message is coming in right now. Please come back later. Perhaps we can send your message.
Did his eyes just glow red?
They kind of do sometimes, I think, yeah. You can actually send messages in
Oh, the silent room.
adventure mode.
Ah! He teleported.
Like how fast it turns. Still was cool that you could even do this back in the day. A lot of these interiors and
no.
stuff not super accurate. But
Shane and I met in college.
yeah, a zoology class that I was
Yes.
taking as an elective.
You took it
Welcome to the
because
bridge.
you
From
had
this
to.
room, I have
I took
absolute
it because
control
I was
over the
super
ship.
excited and
These
wanted
are the
to.
controls for the watertight doors. They connect the boiler and engine rooms below, should any water enter. I can lower them instantly. They're controlled by an electric magnet. We can stay afloat indefinitely with this system. Not that we'll ever need to. We're making quite good time.
Titanic VR lets you
Our
explore the wreck.
location, let's see.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out. We can
Let's
play that
see,
one
how
in another
far
stream one day.
The wireless operators are in touch with Cape Race, I believe. The wireless room is just astern of the bridge, should you wish to visit.
Shane had like love at first sight.
Hard to starboard. Yep, there we go. We're good.
Oh no, my zoology professor was amazing. Dr. Scott, was that his name?
I think so.
Good evening. I
Is
see
that the
you
vet
found
I
the
work
grand
with?
staircase. Lovely. And of course you'll see absolutely everyone passing through here on their way to dinner. The Astors themselves just went down. Colonel John Jacob Astor is one of the world's wealthiest men, you know. I hear he's worth more than
That's a
$107
mustache.
million. They have one of the most expensive suites on board. Their tickets alone cost more than $4,000. Mrs. Astor, she was Miss Madeline Force of New York, is the Colonel's second wife. They've been married only since September, and they've been touring the continent since. I hear they're already expecting a child. I do hope the voyage isn't too difficult for poor Madeleine. She's only 19, can you imagine? Then there's Isidore Strauss. He's a partner in Macy's and Lord & Taylor in New York. Such lovely emporiums, don't you agree? He was born in Bavaria, but I hear he grew up in Georgia. I hear he even tried to join the Confederate Army. They wouldn't have him. Mrs. Strauss is along as well. Oh, that's Archie Butt. Major Archibald Willingham Butt, I should say.
Archie
He's
Butt!
returning on a very important mission to the Pope in Rome, and he's carrying a message back to President Taft. But when he's off duty, Archie is such a gay blade. Have him tell you about being sent to the Pacific with a boatload of mules. He's just too amusing. The page is playing the roast beef of old England. That's the call to dinner. Perhaps we'll see you again later.
Honestly, it's just making me want to play this more. Haven't played it in a couple years.
Scary.
It's a game from the 90s, okay? Get used to the horror of it.
Ooh, passengers aren't supposed to be in the boiler room, so watch those furnaces. Captain's ordered full speed ahead, and the boilers are steaming. We got 29 of these monsters to feed.
His
Each
voice
one's got
sounds
3
familiar.
furnaces, and we've got 6,000 tons of coal to shovel between here and New York. The steam's funneled
From
to
another
the
game in
engines
the 90s
and turn
I
the
played.
propellers. So the stoker's job's important. But hard, shoveling coal, over and over, all the way to America and back. They say the Titanic's the single largest thing to float. I can believe it. All very modern, except for this shoveling, which I've got to get back to. See you later, mate.
Such 90s graphics, yep.
It's actually pretty good for 90s graphics.
It is. It's always a good game to look at, and I'm surprised at how much they got they got accurate, like Turkish bath. Although it's funny, it's a very accurate Turkish bath model for Olympic, not Titanic. It's a complete wrong arrangement for Titanic, but it's very accurate to Olympic. So I guess it's kind of fortunate in a way, because now you got a nice representation of Olympic too. Let's listen to what he's got to
Hello,
say.
Leyland Trask is the name. Luxurious, is it not? And excellent for meditation. Do you know anything about time travel? It's curious. I was just reading this book. It was written in 1892, only 14 years ago. But it's weirdly modern. It's about a ship called the Titan, the largest ever built. It was supposed to be unsinkable, but in the book, the ship sinks with everyone on board. Gives me the shivers. But the shivers aren't that uncommon in my line of work, visions, predicting the future, that sort of thing. For the past couple of days, though, it's been very odd. I keep seeing newsboys and the word Carpathia. I can't figure it out at all. Good evening.
Wonder what that could mean. What's the fabulous man?
I see you found the gymnasium. Nothing like staying fit while at sea. That's Mr. Lawrence Beasley and his friends on the mechanical camel and the horses. They're almost like the real thing. And try the rowing machines. With the sea air flowing through the windows, they're very invigorating. When you've done exercising, visit the Café Parisian for a bit of relaxation. It's quite pleasant. The boat deck's right outside. That's where they store the lifeboats. Just in case. Not the time. I'll see you around. Goodbye.
Just in case.
I think anyone on Titanic knew about that book. Maybe.
Is it a real book?
It is a real book, yeah. But it's not a very well written book. I don't think it was that popular, and I think it's only become popular in hindsight. I'm exploring too much. I need to save that for when we play for real. Who's next? Got 3 left.
Good evening. My name is Eric Burns. I'm a photographer. Did you get a cigar?
That guy looks
Smethos
like
tells me we have
a
8,000 of them on
person
board.
when
These
I
are
was a
some
kid.
of my photos.
Her dad.
This lady's Molly Brown of Denver. She was a waitress who married a gold miner who struck it rich. Once a nobody, she now knows everybody. This is Bruce Ismay, the president of the White Star Line. He's the second
What
Ismay
a
to
great
join the
mustache
family
as well.
firm. He just came along for the ride on this trip. Left his wife back home in England. Some days I wish I'd left my wife back home in the States. That's Thomas Andrews.
What is with all
the
these
Titanic's
guys with their
designer.
bad
He's along
relationships?
so he can find flaws with the ship's operation and correct them before the return voyage. You'll probably see him everywhere you go. Goodbye.
This is the third class area. Are you lost? I can tell you're from first class. Really, you shouldn't be down here. This section is only for immigrants. I'm traveling with my brother, Jack. We're on our way to America and a new life. Jack says we shall have a huge farm in America and a big house as well. It was hard to leave, though. Most of my family stayed in Ireland. We may never see them again. On the other hand, perhaps we'll get rich. Maybe someday I'll come home for a visit and travel first class on this very ship. These people are the Benellis. They're in the cabin next to mine. They're Italian and don't speak one word of English. I don't know how they'll survive in America. Perhaps they have relatives in New York. Certainly hope so. It's true. They do have automobiles on board. They're stowed forward of here. Just keep exploring. You're sure to find the cargo hold sooner or later.
Second class, yeah.
I was thinking the exact same thing, Lauren.
When Burns says you'll probably see Andrews everywhere you go, I remember as a kid looking everywhere for him and never finding him. Yeah, I don't think there's a single historical person you actually see in this game. Here's second class. You wanted a little second class. There's no real explorable second class though, aside from the stairs.
How sad.
Yeah.
It's like being the middle child. You're neglected.
Yep.
Hello. I suppose you know what happened. It was horrible. I barely made it into the lifeboat and onto the Carpathia. There weren't nearly enough of them. Lifeboats, that. We really didn't know what happened until we arrived in New York.
What's she
This is what
talking
one of the
about?
newspapers reported.
At 11:40 p.m. on April 14th, the Titanic hit a huge iceberg. The impact ripped the hull apart at its seams, allowing the Atlantic to flow into the ship's hull. The ship sank at 2:18 a.m. on April 15th, carrying more than 1,500 people to their graves below the Atlantic.
Words don't do it justice. The scene at the dock in New York was amazing. Dead silence as we made our way to the mooring. Then pandemonium. I saw Vincent Astor the younger. Somehow he'd made his way on board. He found Mrs. Astor. Mr. Astor went down with the ship. They say the White Star office was mobbed with relatives. So many of them were disappointed. Major Butt died. So did Mr. Guggenheim and young Mr. Andrews. Both of the Strausses went down. Mrs. Strauss refused to leave her husband. Perhaps she was wise. Ismay made it onto a lifeboat and now everyone's calling him a coward. I'll never forget it. It looked as if a huge skyscraper was being sucked into the sea.
The Titanic is unsinkable. Only God could sink the ship. We won't sink.
Wow.
This is the 20th century.
I was lucky to get off alive.
Clara Brown from Back to the Future. Thoughts on time travel characters? I like them.
Me too.
As long as they're not just running around constantly like,
It's
oh,
gonna sink! It's gonna
we're
sink!
gonna sink, we're gonna sink. I think they're fun.
Yeah.
Can't you? Yeah, I remember you could.
It's the, almost dramatic irony type of storytelling then.
Yeah. Okay, I think we've hit all the tour guides and I'm just kind of poking around now. So I should probably stop it here because I really want to play this again. I'm excited to play it in 2 weeks. Yeah, I'm still doing it. I said I should stop and I'm still just going around. So I'm going to stop for now before I do too much. Save most of that for next week. Could get the stream back to a decent state. That looks a little strange. Oh no, what have I done?
You've got your taskbar in it.
That's what I want.
Oh. Why? To show how many windows you have open?
I mean, I've got a lot going on right now. Oh, it's because I'm at the wrong resolution. Now we're almost better. Now we're better. Oh, no, we're not. Now we're better. Okay, there we go. I'll have this down better for the actual stream. I'm hoping I can get it full screen and not have to move the resolution around and stuff like that. But that brings us to the end, I think. We've gone through several Titanic games today, kind of talked about the history of stuff, looked around the ships, enjoyed the sights.
You made it educational.
Yeah, that was the point of a historical spotlight stream. It was more focused on that, aside from the fall of the Titanic, which
But we
was...
were supposed to talk about food.
That's your stream, Sadie.
Oh.
Fun time travel character might be someone from an alternate universe or dimension where Titanic didn't sink. I like that idea, actually. That's kind of fun. You'd have to come up with a good reason for them to have gone back in time. Right. So I think it's about 5 o'clock here. It's almost our dinner time. I think we need to...
I'm gonna get steak!
Yeah, we're gonna get steak today. It's gonna be nice. I think that we'll probably end it here but I enjoyed my time. I hope you did too. I know, next weekend is going to be the Goose Game stream.
Honk.
That's going to be played by Kelly, not me. Though I might comment, or if not, I'll be lurking in the chat. We'll see. And then 2 weeks from now is going to be the Adventure Out of Time stream. We'll go through the entire adventure mode of that game, and I'm looking forward to that, especially after just dabbling in it a little bit today. Who knows beyond that what we'll do. Titanic VR does sound like something I would be interested in, and I actually don't really know much about that game at all, so it could be a lot of fun just playing it for the first time with you all. And beyond that, I'm not sure. We'll see. There might be more stuff to show from Titanic Voyage in the future. And beyond that, who knows? Maybe I do play other games, as you can see from my Steam list here, so I wouldn't mind trying to play.
Most of those games are mine. Don't try to claim.
I mean, a lot of them are yours. Like, I'm not going to try and claim, the Nancy Drew games are mine.
I love Nancy Drew. Don't you diss my Nancy Drew.
I've got stuff installed on here that I actually like playing, and some things that are not installed yet. So, I mean, I wouldn't mind playing other games. I don't know if any of you would care to watch me play games.
Or me.
I don't think I have a super winning personality or anything.
I do.
She thinks she does.
Why would you have married me if I didn't?
So, we'll see. Who knows what the future could hold. I enjoy doing these. It's fun.
I ate mashed
enjoy
potatoes,
spending time
Lauren.
with all of you.
Is that why you're going to get some mashed potatoes? Because I'm a trendsetter?
Now we gotta wait an awkward 40 seconds for her to see it, and then a bit longer for response to get typed out.
Yeah. Well, here's a cat. Will it make the cat meow? Come here, Rocky. Say hi to people. That's clawing at the couch.
Yes.
Okay,
Thank
good.
you over the last year. Of course. So yeah, I do these because they're fun, and I enjoy them, and
Yes.
I think it's a nice way to kind of stay connected in the down months, and I would be up for doing other things if they all have an interest in other things.
And it gives me an excuse to talk to myself.
Yeah, that is true. In these times especially, kind of just sit downstairs in silence all day long.
Oh,
Boil
boil
them,
them, mash them,
stick 'em,
stick them in a stew. I have a shirt that says that.
You just won her over.
Won my affections.
Yeah.
I took a whole class on Middle Earth. A college level course. I was a freshman in college and it was a junior level course. I got an A in it. Just saying.
So we're gonna go ahead and end this here on that note.
Are you saying I'm a nerd?
It's a good note to end it on. You got an A in your class. I enjoyed myself. I would not mind if all of you are interested in doing this for stuff beyond the realm of Titanic as well. So we'll see what the future holds. But for now, this was fun. I don't have any closing thoughts, do you? I mean, I'm hungry now.
I was about to say I'm hungry and I want my steak, so.
I'm hungry.
Why are we always ending our streams with "I'm hungry, time to go"?
Let us know if there's any other games you'd want to see. I wouldn't mind playing some, and I know that for sure Kelly wouldn't mind playing some. So
It's so weird when you call me by my name.
I guess with that, we'll go ahead and end it now.
Goodbye.
As soon as I can get my OBS up and stuff. Yep. All right. So thanks for coming, and Goose Game stream next weekend. When is that, Dion? July 3rd at
What did we say,
1
4?
p.m. or 4? Did we
Yeah.
say 4? Okay. July 3rd at 4
Eastern.
4 Eastern, and then the Adventure at a Time stream will start on July 11th at 4. Or no, at 1. We'll post about them because I'm sure I just confused a lot of people. So
Goose
I'll
is at
see you
4
then.
on
Goose
July
at 4
3rd.
on July 3rd. Adventure at a Time at 1 on July 11th. There we go. So I will see you all then. Thanks for coming.
Bye-bye.
Stay safe. All of that. Wear a mask. That's my final thought. Wear a mask.